Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Shall I start? Good morning. Uh, I'm Dr. Prince, uh, HOD and Associate Professor of Microbiology in Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences, Pondicherry. For me, the topics given are infection control and CSSD. So, in two classes, today and tomorrow, I'll be covering two portions, infection control and CSSD. Uh, infection. Infection is the most common term nowadays we use. After COVID-19, everybody is knowing about infection and infectious diseases. The one big problem now we are facing is this emerging infections. Emerging infections means infections which were not known to us. Already we know diseases like malaria, dengue, and other diseases, but every year we are getting new diseases. These diseases are called emerging infections. So these infections, old and new infections, are a big problem in hospitals. Being a hospital management person, you should know about basic criteria, basic idea about infection and their control methods. The infection control methods in hospital and in the community are almost same, but there are some technical differences. Otherwise, infection control methods in community and in hospitals are having the basic principles. Infections are caused by microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, fungi. There are protozoan parasites are there. So these microorganisms are responsible for infections. 80 percentage of the people used to die because of infectious diseases in the earlier days. In the last century, if you see, the reason for the death was mainly due to infectious diseases. But due to the invention of antibiotics and vaccines, we have controlled infections in a very large manner. So it has now it has come down to almost 50%. So people die. If you take a statistics of the people dying in the all over the world, if you see 50% of the people are dying due to infectious diseases. Sometimes during this pandemic situation, the rate may come again, it may increase. The rate of death due to infectious diseases may rise. But otherwise, we have infectious diseases and which are responsible for mortality, high mortality rate in the all over the world. In community, the spread of the infectious diseases, we call, there are some technical terms, community medicine people, preventive and community medicine people will use certain terms like endemic, epidemic, sporadic, and pandemic, based on the spreading of the diseases. If it is located only in some area, we call it as endemic diseases. And if large number of people are affected, we call it as epidemic infections. And if it is, if the infection is spread all over the world, like COVID-19, we call it as a pandemic infections. We have pandemic. Earlier days, we had a pandemic of cholera. We had a pandemic of plague. We had pandemics of HIV infection, hepatitis B infection. Okay. Last year we had the pandemic of one earlier pandemic was flu. Spanish flu was another which in the history of medicine, Spanish flu created a lot of havoc, and many people died because of Spanish flu. It was also a pandemic infection. Now, last year in 2019, 2020, we had this COVID-19. It was also a pandemic infection. So these are in the community. So the people in the community also will come to the hospital. Another problem in hospital is we call it as hospital acquired infections. The patients will be coming to the hospital with some other disease. For the treatment of some other diseases, they will be coming to the hospital. But this hospital environment will act as a source of infection for the patients. There is a reason for that. Okay, the hospital environment will act as a source of infection. So patient will be coming with some surgery or some other problems. For example, some appendicitis. The patient will be coming with some appendicitis. So they have to the surgery will be done to remove the infected appendicitis. But after that, the patient will develop some infection from the hospital due to the surgery, from if the surgery is not proper, or due to the environment will act as a source of infection. So this type of infections are known as hospital acquired infections. Other name is a nosocomial infection. Commonly we say HAI, hospital acquired infections. So this is another problem in hospitals. So to control these hospital acquired infections, we have to follow certain procedures. For that, there will be a hospital infection control team should be constituted. Every hospital should have a hospital infection control team. And this team will propose certain policies, how to control in their hospital, how to control these infections. And that they have to implement it. They have to discuss and they have to implement these policies, and they have to control the hospital infection in their hospital. Otherwise, it is a big problem. It is now every hospitals have to undergo certain quality control procedures. There are certifications, there are accreditations are there. So for all these purposes, one criteria, if they wanted to get a plus or some good certification or accreditation, your rate of hospital acquired infection should be less. We cannot nullify hospital acquired infections. We cannot bring to the zero level. It is very difficult because there are other issues. Why in hospital? I'm not talking about community thing. A patient coming to the hospital, after getting admitted in the hospital, the patient is going to get some infection from the hospital. The reasons are there are presence of other patients. In hospitals, there are other patients who may be having hospital infections or who may be having some other infections. So there is a possibility of getting infection from other patients. This is one chance which is not there in the community. It is less in the community. Next is, in hospitals, we do invasive procedures. That we don't do it in community. In hospitals, we do invasive procedures. Invasive procedures means surgery we do, injections we do, catheterization we do. Okay, so all these things are done. So these procedures give a chance for microorganisms to enter into your blood and tissues. So this is another possibility why hospital infections are there. Next is the patient himself is having less immunity. The resistant capacity of the patient himself, a person who is coming to the hospital is a patient. Why he is coming to the hospital? Because he is having less immunity, less resistance power. So he have a more chance or more probability of getting microorganisms entering into their body, and their resistance capacity is less. So because of these things, one is hospital procedures. The other thing is presence of other patients and the less immunity of the patient. And one more thing is the presence of drug-resistant microorganisms in the hospital. In hospitals only, we are giving lot of drugs. So after seeing all these drugs, microorganisms get resistance. We call it as antimicrobial resistance, AMR. Antibiotic resistance or antimicrobial resistance. So the microorganisms present in the hospital are highly resistant to antibiotics, to antimicrobials. Even to some disinfectants, they are highly resistant. So that type of microorganisms are not present in the community. So because of these reasons, we are having lot of infections in the hospital. It is very difficult to control this hospital infection, but we can minimize the number of hospital infection cases by doing certain policies, by doing certain sticking on to certain procedures. So by doing these procedures, we can reduce the number of hospital acquired infections. There should be a hospital infection control team should be there. This team constitute a medicine doctor. A doctor is required. He may be a surgeon or a general physician. Then a hospital management person, that is you. A hospital management person should be there. A microbiologist. A microbiologist should be there. Then a nursing personnel, a nursing officer. So these four people are the main committee members, policy making committee members, and they have to decide what is the sterilization method should be followed in their hospital, what soap should be purchased, what antiseptic should be purchased, and if there is a case of infectious diseases, whether what isolation procedures they have to follow. Okay, what are the regular checking of the uh, and antibiotic policies? All these things they will be deciding, and how to dispose the waste. What are the waste management procedures they have to follow? All these things will be decided by these committee members, and they have to implement it. This implementation will be done mainly by the nursing personnel. So nursing personnel play a major role in implementation of these policies in the hospital. So that will be implemented from the patient to the attendant to other technicians, other paramedical staff. Everybody should be in a coordinated manner. They should work to control hospital infection in a hospital. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. It will be very difficult to maintain a hospital. There are some instances in European countries, even in European countries, because of Clostridium difficile infections, hospital-acquired infections. They were compelled to close down that hospital. They were not able to control these hospital-acquired infections caused by Clostridium difficile. So it is a highly drug resistant bacteria, and they closed down. It was a burns hospital, and they were compelled to close down that hospital. So there are rules and regulations. Are there? Law is there. Legally, you are bound to reduce. A hospital is legally bound to reduce the hospital acquired infections. So for that, we have some methods. Are there? Some brief idea is there. In that, one aspect is sterilization and disinfection. For that, in hospitals, we will have a centralized unit. That unit is known as CSSD, Central Sterile Supply Department. The details of that, I think tomorrow I will do that. Today, we will see what are the methods for infection control. So in first general, both for community and for the hospitals, I will tell you. Infection control, otherwise known as prophylaxis, control or prophylaxis. First thing is, all of you will be knowing now after COVID, everybody will be knowing about methods of infection control. General methods are there. We have to follow certain general methods. One is proper sanitation. Proper sanitation. Next is hygiene. Hygiene includes that hand washing, your hand washing procedures, a proper hand washing procedures. Now recently in Kerala, again, there was an emerging infection some 3 years before they had a Nipah virus infection. That Nipah virus emerged again. 2-3 cases were reported from Kerala. Again, that was controlled by this infection control procedures. In that, hand washing plays a major role. So sanitation, hygiene, proper hygiene. And another problem is vectors. These vectors are like mosquitoes, flies, fleas, ticks. All these things carry microorganisms in their body, and they transmit the infection. They are not responsible for the infection. They are carrying microorganisms from one person to another, or they have these microorganisms in their body, viruses. For example, dengue virus. Dengue virus is in the mosquitoes. malaria parasite. It is present. Plasmodium is responsible for malaria. It is transmitted by the mosquito. There are different types of mosquitoes are there. So Anopheles mosquito is responsible for malaria transmission. So these vectors should be controlled. There should be a control of vectors. There are various methods are available for vector control. You can control vectors by biological methods, by chemical methods, and even by physical methods. You can control vectors. Mosquito control, best thing is a general awareness about water stagnation that should be avoided. And there are biological control methods. There is one mosquito called dragon mosquito. These dragon mosquitoes will kill or they will eat the eggs of other mosquitoes, small mosquitoes, which was recently released by Vector Control Research Center. And they have identified this big mosquito. They will not bite human beings, and but they will kill other mosquitoes, or they will eat the larvae and other things. Then another in ponds and lakes, you can have these fishes like gambusia and guppy fishes, which will eat the mosquito larvae and eggs. Then another physical method is use mosquito nets. Mosquito net. Protect your body from mosquito and insect bite by using nets, repellents, chemical methods are there, DDT and other pyrethrin-like compounds are there, which will be very useful for controlling mosquitoes and other insects. So insect control is another method by which we can control many infections in the community, especially in the community. In hospitals also, they should follow, they should think about this, and they should have this pest control mechanisms in the hospitals. Next, another general method which is waste management, proper waste management in community also, in hospital also. In hospital, we call this waste management procedures as biomedical waste management. It is a elaborate topic, biomedical waste management. Okay, because in hospitals, the waste generated in hospital is infectious. Unlike the waste generated in your house, the waste generated in hospital is infectious. So mixing of this waste with the other waste will lead into the complete waste will become infectious. So this will act as a source of infection. So a proper biomedical waste management should be performed in hospitals. Okay. So these are the general methods, general measures you have to follow for infection control. Next is very important, health education. Proper training of the health professionals is very important, including the doctors. Many see, for example, when COVID came, many doctors were not aware about the disease. It was a new disease. So they should undergo some training to know what is a disease and other thing. They should have some awareness. So nurses and other paramedical staff and other technical staff working in the hospitals also should undergo some training program, and they should understand what is that new infection or what are the methods used for infection. Then this health education can be done. It can be a part of your school curriculum. In a school syllabus, they should include different about health education and health prevention of infection methods. Then we have TV. The TVs are there. Then radios are there. Newspapers are there. Social media. That is the latest one. Through social media and other thing, we have to get awareness. We should provide awareness about any new diseases, and in hospitals especially, we have to undergo some you have to give, or the posters are needed. You can project, you can have this videos and other thing in hospitals. So health education is very important. Without that, people may not be knowing what is the disease and how to control the disease. In hospitals, along with this health education, they should train about this universal precautions also. Uh, the hospital staff, especially nursing staff and laboratory staff and other people, they should follow universal precautions. Nothing. They have to wear especially these gloves when they are dealing with a patient, when they are doing a surgery, when they are dealing with an infectious patients. They have to wear gloves. They should have a protective covering, protective personal protective equipment, PPE. It is known as personal protective equipment. So that should be followed, and no sharing of syringes. So such type of things are included in the universal precautions. You consider every patient as an infectious patient. We may not be knowing about that the patient is having some infection or not. So consider, sometimes we used to say, consider every patient as an HIV patient. So automatically, the people who are involved in hospitals will be precautious. Okay, so they will follow all these safety precautions. Okay, so that safety precautions, we call it as universal precautions in hospitals. Next aspect is proper sterilization and disinfection. What is sterilization? Okay. Sterilization, in a microbiological point of view, it is killing of microorganisms. You remove microorganisms from an article, surface, or medium. So for that, we have various methods. There are different types of methods are there for sterilization. Similar term is disinfection. The sterilization means it kills all types of microorganisms, both infectious and non-infectious. I don't know. Somebody is telling no video, but no audio. I am not able. It's there. Okay. I'm not in mute. Correct. Sterilization and disinfection. So this, if you do it properly in hospitals, if you take that sterilization and disinfection procedure seriously, 80% of the infections can be prevented, controlled in hospital. So that is CSSD. In hospitals, CSSD plays a role in this sterilization and disinfection. Okay, that next tomorrow I'll go into the details of sterilization and disinfection. Another 1 minute. Okay, any doubts regarding this? Any issues? Okay. So sterilization and disinfection we'll see tomorrow. It is a part of your central sterile supply department. This central sterile supply department will provide all the sterile articles for the required for hospital and laboratories. Next is a surgical prophylaxis. Surgical prophylaxis. Surgical prophylaxis is nothing but cleaning of the wound. Okay, cleaning of the wound, applying some antiseptics in the wound. Okay, covering of the wound. Okay, so that type of procedures, that proper cleaning is required to control infections. We call it a septic. There is one condition known as septic condition. Microorganisms, when they enter into the blood and tissues, it produces a condition known as septicemia. So to avoid this septicemia, this surgical prophylaxis is very, very important. If there is any foreign particle is present in your wound, that will lead into, that will enhance, that will be useful for the microorganisms to multiply. So remove that foreign particles, especially diseases like tetanus, gas gangrene, these type of diseases, even rabies. Rabies can be prevented by the cleaning of the proper cleaning of the wound. Okay, that wound cleaning is very, very important. Using antiseptics and soap and water are used for cleaning the wound. So that is one example for surgical prophylaxis. Then suturing of the wound. suturing of the wound, then covering of the wound with antiseptics, then bandages, we will put bandages. All these things will prevent the entry of foreign particles and microorganisms into the blood and tissues. So that procedure is known as surgical prophylaxis. We can prevent the infection by surgical prophylaxis also. Next is chemoprophylaxis. I think somebody is not hearing the audio, but I think I'm not seeing any problem here. Okay. Please check your audio. Next is chemoprophylaxis. Next is chemoprophylaxis. Chemoprophylaxis, there are two ways. One is treatment of the patients, a proper treatment of the patients. Okay. Proper treatment of the patients. Proper treatment of the patients. We have antimicrobials are available. Using these antimicrobials, a proper treatment should be done. Otherwise, what happens is the patients will become carriers of infection. They may not have any symptoms of the disease, but they will be spreading microorganisms. They will act as a source of infection to the others. So for that, we have to treat the patients. This is one thing. That is, after infection, the patient will be suffering from the disease, and you have to treat that patient to prevent the spreading of the infection. Another thing is, like vaccines, we can take antibiotics in advance. Before infection itself, we can take antibiotics. That is called chemoprophylaxis. In advance, we will take. For example, that filariasis, filariasis. Filariasis can be prevented not by vaccines. We give this one tablet once in a year, and all. We'll supply that tablet to everybody, and every house will supply it, and everybody will take that that DEC tablet. That is not a vaccine; it is a drug. That drug is used for prevention of filariasis. So, like that, there are various methods are there. Where we use chemicals for prevention of infection. One treatment, one is for treatment, the other one is for prophylaxis. Okay. Next is the most important one, immunoprophylaxis. Immunoprophylaxis. Immunoprophylaxis is nothing but vaccines. Edward Jenner was the first person who developed vaccine. First vaccine was developed by Edward Jenner. He developed a vaccine for smallpox. Once upon a time, smallpox was a notorious disease. But now new generation is not knowing about that disease because we have eradicated that disease. So like, after that, we have developed many vaccines for controlling of infections. So these vaccines play a major role in infection control. Even for COVID-19 also, in a very fast way, in an unorthodox way, we developed vaccines for COVID-19. So these vaccines will provide resistance against the microorganisms. We call, technically in immunology is a branch of microbiology or branch of medicine where they deal with immunity. Immunity is a resistance against microorganism. In immunology, there are two terms. One is known as antigen. Antigen is any foreign substance which, when enters into your body will produce antibodies to inactivate that antigen. So this antigen is a foreign one which will be present in microorganism. Against that, your body will produce antibodies. So these antibodies will kill this antigen. So you will develop resistance, you will develop immunity. So this is a basic of this immunoprophylaxis. So in advance itself, when before that microorganism enters into your body, the vaccines will equip you with antibodies without any disease. This when you inject a vaccine or when you take an oral vaccine or something like that, when it enters into the body, it stimulates your immune system and your body produces antibodies in advance. But there is no disease. Next time when this microorganism enters into your body, these antibodies will kill that antigen, that microorganism will be killed. So this is a principle of vaccine. So we have different types of vaccines are there. There are killed vaccines, are there live vaccines, are there now there are genetically modified vaccines, are there recombinant DNA vaccines, are there. Recently for COVID-19, an unorthodox vaccine was developed, mRNA vaccine. So like that, research is going on in development of newer and newer and new types of vaccines for diseases. To control many lethal fatal diseases, WHO has recommended a regime, an immunization schedule for all countries. In India also, we follow a primary immunization schedule where we have this vaccine for tuberculosis, BCG is there. Then we have diseases like polio. For polio, we have vaccine. Hepatitis, we have vaccine. Hepatitis B, that vaccine is given. Then diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, Haemophilus influenzae, which produce meningitis. Then there are diseases like mumps, measles, rubella. So these for these vaccines, then tetanus. That tetanus already I told you. So these vaccines are given as a part of our primary immunization schedule. It is given at free of cost. Government of India is giving it free of cost. So this vaccination is compulsory. Regarding the hospitals, when you come to the hospital-acquired infections, especially people who are working in the hospital, they may have to take some booster doses of certain vaccines, especially hepatitis B vaccine. So people should know about these booster doses, and that vaccines also should be administered. To my opinion, they should be administered at free of cost by the hospital management to the hospital staff. Especially hepatitis B vaccine. Normally, if you take a hepatitis B vaccine, 3 doses if you take, it gives you immunity only up to 10 to 12 years. So after 10 to 12 years, you take another booster dose. So again, you will have an extended period of immunity. So you watch, you see the hospital staff, their records, their immunization records. You have to see whether they require any vaccine, any vaccine booster doses are required, or those who have not taken vaccines, you have to get vaccinated. Otherwise, what will happen is they will act as a source of infection. So these are the procedures which are involved in controlling infection control. First, you have to follow general methods like proper sanitation, hygiene, vector control, proper biomedical waste management, then health education, universal precautions, sterilization and disinfection, proper uh, equipments for sterilization and disinfection, proper sterilization of the articles. Okay, that procedures. One example I will tell you. Many times what we do is boiling, which a practice which we do normally. A mistake is sterilization of water, drinking water. We boil the water. Okay, we boil the water. We'll put the water, and water will be heated. And after some time, that you can see the water boiling, and immediately we will switch off the uh, stove, and that water we think it is sterile, which is boiled water. It is only a hot water. It is not a sterile water. If you wanted to kill microorganisms, you have to minimum, at least you have to boil the water minimum for 15 to 20 minutes. So only after 15 to 20 minutes, only after maintaining that 100 degrees Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes, only the water will be sterile. That means it will be free from microorganisms. I have seen in many hospitals and many places, they will be keeping hot water, and they will be dipping it in that, just dipping the scalpel and other thing. They're just dipping it in the water. It is not a procedure. So this sterilization, proper sterilization, not just heating the things, proper sterilization. What is it? For that, it requires a sterilization time, and exposure time is very important. Many times this time is not followed. This lacunae, this problem was the reason for the establishment of CSST. Earlier, sterilization, this sterilization and disinfection procedures were done under bedside of the patient or in the wards. So in every hospitals, every ward, there will be a separate sterilization thing. This was leading to duplication of instruments. Every ward will have one autoclave, one hot air oven, one boiler will be there. So different sterilization equipments will be available. So the hospital has to buy many instruments. Maintenance of the instrument is a big problem. Okay, quality checking of the instrument is a big problem. For that, trained people should be there. That is another problem. Ultimate thing is, if the sterilization is not done properly, if it is not monitored properly, that will lead into infection, hospital acquired infection. So for that purpose only, it started in 1940. 1940, the concept of centralized sterile supply started in 1940. In many hospitals, started with the central sterile supply department. It reduced many costs, then buying of many instruments, and it was providing proper sterile articles. So if that sterilization and disinfection is important. Then surgical prophylaxis, I told you, chemoprophylaxis, that also is mentioned. Immunoprophylaxis is with the help of vaccines. So these are the methods we follow for infection control in hospitals as well as in community. Now, regarding this hospital infection control methods, nosocomial infection control methods, the common infections in hospitals are urinary tract infections, UTA. This is mainly due to catheterization. Next is pyogenic infection, pus infections. Pyogenic or pus infections. For this is mainly after surgery, a wound will get infected. Pyogenic infections. Then followed by bacteremia, that is septicemia, blood-borne infection, blood infections. Then meningitis, CNS infection, then only gastrointestinal infections. So these infections are caused by various microorganisms. And most of these microorganisms, I told you, they are drug-resistant microorganisms. So along with the hospital infection control policy, hospitals also should have an antibiotic stewardship, antibiotic policy to control this hospital acquired infection. Okay, so we know there are common infections are the UTI, pyogenic infections, blood-borne infections, central nervous system infection, then lung infection, respiratory tract infection, pneumonia, I forgot to tell you. Pneumonia is one of the common hospital acquired infections. People will be coming with, especially old patients, when they are getting admitted in the hospitals, they get this pneumonia. There is one bacteria called pneumococcus, which is responsible for this pneumonia. So these infections are there, and these organisms, common organisms are Escherichia coli, one bacteria is there, which is present in our body itself. In our intestine, it is present. But if the catheterization is not done properly, there is a chance of that microorganism entering into your urinary tract. So most of the time, the microorganisms are present in, it need not come from outside, it may be present inside your body also. So then another infection is wound infections, that pyogenic and pus producing infection. In your body itself, that bacteria is present. It is called Staphylococcus aureus. That bacteria is responsible for this infection. Then I told you respiratory tract infection, it is mainly by this pneumococcus. Then CNS infection also, meningitis is caused by pneumococcus, Haemophilus influenza, and one another bacteria called meningococcus. So all these bacteria are present in the hospital and in the patients itself. Many patients act as a carriers of infection. So you have to identify who are the carriers. Hospital staff also, if anybody is a carrier, you have to identify that carriers also. Okay, so these are the types of infection. These are the common type of bacteria. Now, how to control this hospital acquired infection? First thing is, earlier I told you, you have to form a committee. You have to form a team for controlling this infection, consisting of a doctor, a physician, a surgeon, a microbiologist, a management person, and a nursing staff, a nursing person. So you have to sit together and you have to decide the policies. WHO has given certain um, formula for, or they have given some criteria for policy development. You can visit the WHO thing and you can follow that hospital infection control policies. Slight modifications are always advisable based on the type of the hospital. For 100-bed hospital, it will be different. For a village hospital, it will be different. For a urban hospital, it will be different. So based on the type of hospital, if it is a gynecology hospital, it will be slightly different. If it is a eye hospital, it will be different. So based on the type of hospitals, a slight modification of the policies can be done. So first you formulate infection control, that is a hospital infection control policy. Then another associated with that, another policy you have to follow is antibiotic policy. Okay, this will be very useful for reducing the drug resistance, development of drug resistance. Okay, so now we have to follow that. We have to develop a policy. In this policy, it will be giving training. I already gave you the things. What are the things you have to give? First, you have to health education. You have to give training for the hospital staff. What are the infections? What are the methods of transmission of the infection, and how it can be prevented? How it can be prevented in hospital. Earlier, I told you one thing is soap and common sense. Soap and common sense can prevent, hand washing can prevent 80% of the hospital acquired infection. So that awareness itself is very, very essential for controlling hospital acquired infection. Then a brief idea about sterilization, that the monitoring of the sterilization. Then in hospitals, we should have an infection control nurse. Many hospitals will have, especially tertiary hospitals, will have an infection control nurse. The duty of the infection control nurse is she will be monitoring, she or he will be monitoring what are the type of organisms are present in the hospital environment. For that, a sampling is done. You have to do a sampling. You have to collect samples. You have to collect with the help of a swab. We'll be collecting various samples from AC vent. We'll collect from the patient bed. We'll collect from the floor. We'll collect from the windows. We'll collect from the fan. Also, we'll collect. So we'll collect swabs, and that swabs will be sent to the microbiology laboratory. And microbiology laboratory, they will identify what are the organisms are present in the hospital environment. If the number of organisms is more, we have to strictly follow certain procedures. We have to improve our sterilization procedures. We have to improve our disinfection procedures. If it is in the limited thing, we can it can be continued. So that we have to take swabs. That is monitoring. We have to monitor what are the organisms that are present in the environment with the help of an infection control nurse. So these samples, when they come to the microbiology laboratory, we will grow that microorganisms in the laboratory and identify what is organism present. And another thing is we'll identify what is their drug resistance, which antibiotic or which antiseptic can be used for killing that organism. If the present antibiotic regime followed in the hospital is not killing the organism, is not suitable for that, we have to change it. If the antiseptic is not killing that organism, we have to change the antiseptic solution. We have to change the disinfectant solution. So with the help of microbiologist, and we will we'll modify the antibiotic policy. Now, the antibiotic policy, infection control nurse, and training and implementation of the policy should be done in the hospital. This starts with the construction of the hospital. Even the civil work also is thing required. That structure of the hospitals also should be convenient for infection control, especially opening the door and that facilities, that washing, for example, no, that tap that should be elbow taps can be used, taps which will be opened with your elbows, not with your fingers. So that type of tabs can be used. So there are many points there. It is an elaborate topic. Hospital infection control. Hospital infection control. For each and every step we have to follow. Another aspect is isolation of the patients. If infectious patient is coming, or we have to isolate the patient from other patients. To protect other patients, we have to isolate the patient. So that is another method we follow for infection control. There will be special wards. During COVID, we had a special ward for COVID-19 patients. Nipah patients, we had in Kerala, we had a special ward for Nipah patients. So that isolation can be done. Isolation is one procedure which is followed in hospitals for controlling in hospital acquired infections. So with that brief idea, I'm completing today's topic. Next thing is about Central Sterile Supply Department. As per your syllabus, it is Central Sterile Supply Department. Tomorrow I will come up with the PPT and the structure of the what are the structures, what are the instruments should be present in hospital, and how they work. A CSSD, Central Sterile Supply Department, how they work in a hospital. In a Central Sterile Supply Department, uh, both sterile articles are also managed, non-sterile articles also. Okay, they are both sterile and non-sterile articles are managed in the hospital. They are cleaned, prepared, processed, stored, and issued. So there are many duties Central Sterile Supply Department has. If there are unsterile articles are coming to the CSSD, they will be cleaning that. They will be prepared. They will be processed. Prepared means they will be cleaning. After cleaning, they will be drying. They will be packing. Packing is done to maintain the sterility. Packing. Then they will do the processing. Processing is sterilization. Based on the type of the article, they will follow certain sterilization procedures, and after that it will be stored, and based on the requirements of the wards and laboratories, they will supply that sterile articles to the concerned people on telephonic order also, or manual thing also. They will be supplying to the concerned departments in the hospitals. So that is CSSD. There were two working scientists. We call them as two working scientists. In 1940s, they developed this CSSD. W.B. Underwood and J.J. Perkins. They are the two working scientists who introduced the concept of Central Sterile Supply Department. Central Sterile Supply Department is a separate department, like microbiology department or anesthesia department or surgery department or medicine department. There is a separate department where there will be workers will be there, microbiologists will be there, staff nurses, infection control nurses will be there. They will be dealing with sterile articles, which can be prepared in the thing also. Sometimes sterile articles, nowadays many sterile articles are disposable. So that disposable articles also, which disposable article should be purchased. So that purchase is also now a part of Central Sterile Supply Department. In Central Sterile Supply Department, we do certain procedures. One is when an article is coming, for example, a used glass syringe. Nowadays, nobody is using glass syringe. For example, a glass syringe is coming. First, we'll decontaminate it, because the person who is dealing with that Central Sterile Supply Department person also may get infection from that article. So to prevent that, that article should be decontaminated. We will kill the microorganisms present in that article. There are methods, other chemicals can be used or steam can be used. Okay, we're using that. Decontamination will be done, and after that we'll be separating it. We'll be assembling it. In CSSD, they will be assembling it, then sterilizing it. After assembly, we'll pack it and sterilize it. Then store it. And after that, distribution. So these are the functions of the Central Sterile Supply Department. The Central Sterile Supply Department is an integral part of every hospital, which plays a major role in controlling hospital-acquired infections. Not only controlling, it it is a cost-effective procedure. As far as a management person is concerned, you should more worried about the cost of the thing also. So, Central Storage Supply Department reduces the cost of the expenditure of the hospital also. Not only that thing, structural wise, instrument wise, personal wise also. Personal wise means otherwise you have to appoint a sterilization person for each and every department. But here you can have it. Another thing is monitoring. Monitoring, quality control can be well maintained if there is a centralized system available. Okay. So today's a brief idea about infection control and a brief idea about Central Sterile Supply Department. Tomorrow we'll in detail we'll discuss about Central Sterile Supply Department, the structure, the functions, then the equipments used in hospitals. All those things will be discussed tomorrow. Thank you. If you are having any doubts or clarifications needed, you can ask. Infection control. High nosocomial infections. Please, sir, Gopalakrishnan, sir, please. Okay, thank you. If no questions, we'll conclude today's thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir.
I hope you have enjoyed your first hour. So there
Good
is no
morning,
gap
sir.
between first hour and second hour. So we may have little relaxation, maybe 5 minutes, something like that. Well, today's topic is digital imaging and communication in medicine, DICOM. So here now we are going to talk about how these digital imaging. So all the CT scan, MRI, and radiological examinations, everything will get when transferred to digitalization. Then that will be communicated to other departments or experts. So here now, like we are going to discuss so many things. So you should know basics about some of the terminologies. You have to remember all these terminology to recollect at the time of writing your examination. And many of the things are some of medical terminology as well as computer based or computerized that way. So you just don't get confused. All these what to say abbreviations. There is expansion for all abbreviations. You just get to know what is the abbreviation for expansion for all these abbreviations. Like for example, this DICOM means digital imaging and communication medicine. So like that, so many abbreviations we used to see. So, and in the running of topic while lecturing, I may not give you the expansion of it, but there will be an expansion for all abbreviations. So, wherever it is needed, I will inform you. That is it. Well, communication, generally we know that how we are communicating verbally and or signing methods or symbolic or some picturization. So, so many ways of communicating the information in general. But in specifically in the medicine, so it is regarding the diagnostic tools, like whatever diagnosis made on patients, that will be digitalized. So that will be communicated to one experts to another, or it may be communicated to centralized servers. So a registry like EHR, EMR, that way. It will be that way we are talking about communication in medicine. So okay. Well, I just will talk about this medical imaging. So when we are making the medical imaging examination, it is performed on patient can produce multiple images. These images, depending on the specific imaging procedure that will be that has been undertaken, they are generally organized into studies and series. A study is a collection of one or multiple series of images that are correlated for the purpose of diagnosing a patient. A series, on the other hand, is a set of images that are produced with a single imaging procedures. So, for example, it's a CT scan. So, these are all like imaging procedures, how it can be studied in medical communication. Then these medical images generated by digital imaging equipment of various modalities, and they are stored as information objects composed of pixels. Like in cameras, even you would have come across in your mobile phone. The front camera in this many pixels and the back camera pixels. So that will create the fineness of or the exact what to say like clarity of the picture. So when the pixels are more, the clarity of the picture is more. But at the same time, no, it will occupy more storage. So that way, the pixel is a data element that contains the gray level of grayscale image or the RGB. RGB means red, green, and blue. So these three colors will mix together. So that will produce a value of a color image. So this is having the range, and they'll call it as a bit or like what to say. For example, the gray level can range from 0 to 255. So that is called 8 bit. and 0 to 1023, that is 10 bit. So like that, the bit when the image in this RGB is the mixing of these RGBs range is increasing, then the bit also increasing. So ultimately, the storage space also occupied. This is for you should know all these things, like the size, how the size is increasing based on these pixels. So all these needs, the storage means, when a lot of images are stored, the many space, the more space is needed. So that itself a costly affair. The centralized server will be there, where that images will be stored, or they'll store it in a cloud. So the storage is once again, it's a kind of cost effective, or a cost. You have to spend for the storage. Well, medical image archive system. This is like a three major subsystem consisting of PACS. That is picture archiving communication system. That is called PACS. This is acquisition, archive, and display. The acquisition system comprises multiple computers to acquire medical images that are generated by the individual image modalities in the clinic. Then the archive system consists of a host computer equipped with the mass storage for archiving the high volume medical images in support of future retrieval. So you just to understand how these images are taken up, and it is archived, and where it is get archived, and when the volume of the images are high, then how it can be archived and it get retrieved. The display system, that comprises multiple display workstations, each composed of control computer and a image display device, for example, high resolution monitor, and then that allow a clinician to display and manipulate the images. Well, this acquisition archive, that display system are connected to a communication network. Medical images occurred by the acquisition computers from the image modalities. They are transmitted to the host computer of the archive system, where they are archived to the storage devices and distributed to the appropriate display workstations. So don't get confused. Just get to know how these are all interconnected, and how the process is taken place like that. Okay. Once again, then the archive system for PACS, that is a picture archive communication system, and that consists of four major components: an archive server, a database management system, a storage subsystem, and communication network. But the distributed archive system, that is based on many service model. This is more suitable for use in healthcare enterprises. Integrated packs, that is called integrated packs. The implementation of distributed archive system is more complicated than that of centralized archive system. In terms of system configuration and software control, the technical details comparing a centralized and distributed archive system are outside the scope of this topic. Okay, so we need not worry about how the distribution is taking place. Just we'll go through how properly this archiving is taking place. For that, what are the subsystems are needed. Now we'll talk about archive system. So the archive server or archive and the system, that is multitasking computer system, and that supports multiple processes to run simultaneously in its operation system environment. The archive server, it is configured with high capacity RAM. RAM means random access memory. You would have come across in computers when if all you are having computers or laptop, or even in this mobile phone also you'll have 4G RAM, like that 4 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM. In that way it is it. Based on that RAM capacity, the cost of the mobile phone or computer also differ. So this is random access memory. From there, when the operating system is working, it is taking this random access memory, and the speed of the functioning of whether it's a mobile phone or a computer, it is based on this RAM. random access memory. Okay. Uh, this RAM may be a dual or multiple central processing unit, an high-speed network interface for better performance. You need these server components. Then that integrated Archie server runs a sophisticated image management software. See, these images, as I said, no, like it has got pixels or and the size may be vary. So to manage this, we need a software. So different sophisticated imaging softwares are available that can control the archival and as well as the retrieval and distribution of medical images for the Archie system. Sorry. Major functions performed by an archive server include accepting images from the acquisition computers. So first it will accept. Server means it is a centralized processing computer. So it can for example, we know Google. So it has got a server in somewhere else, a very big system. So whatever you are typing in the Google search, immediately you are getting the information. No? So everything is from that server. So it has got stored so many informations in that server that will be retrieved. So whenever so many people are at the same time searching for the things. So the speed of that when you are retrieve the informations, so that depends upon the server capacity. Okay. So here the server is functioning. So one is accepting images from the acquisition computers, then archiving images to the storage subsystem, then routing images to the display workstation, and updating archive database tables, and handling query and retrieve request from the display workstation. So these are all the archive server's functions. Then database management subsystem. The archive database is a relational database comprising predefined data tables that stores information necessary for the archive server that to perform the individual task supporting the image archive system. So this is managing the archived images. Archived images are called a database. So it has contained so many images. So that database can be managed. So based on the retrieval system. To ensure data integrity, the archive database is configured to uh, to to include mirroring features that allows data to be automatically duplicated on a separate system or disk in the Archie server. So the Archie database does not store any medical images. Instead, it stores the file index, so leading to access the corresponding images that are physically stored in the storage subsystem. See, here the subsystem is working along with the server. Many of the things are not exactly stored in the server, so that is in the subsystem. So this archiving system management is to get the images from the subsystem when it is required or retrieved. That is database management subsystem. Then storage subsystem. Storage subsystem provides no high capacity storage for medical images. So I already informed that like it is having the more size. Generally images based on the type of images. See there are so many types, IPG, ING, something. You can see that which type it is, with paint or some you can, when you are storing the images, it will give the extension like in what type it has to be stored. So like that, based on the type, the size also differs. So when it is images more size, then the high capacity storage you need. Then the short term storage uses fast data access storage devices. For example, if at all it is only for limited period we are going to store it, then the data access storage device will be different, like as a magnetic disk or high speed redundant array of inexpensive disk, that is called RAID. Then the provide immediate access to images this RAID is providing the immediate access. It is very fast. By clicking, you will get the image. Otherwise, no, that image takes time to open. Even you can see that in if at all your computer is graphics software installed, then whatever the images that will be opened immediately. Otherwise, it will take some more time to open. So this RAID is providing the immediate access to images. Then long-term storage, on the other hand, uses low-cost, high-capacity storage media such as magnetic tapes or optical discs or digital linear tapes, that is DLT, that provide access to images or slower speed. Then DICOM image communication standard. Well, the communication network, no, the communication network is a digital interface that connects the archive server of the image archive system to other packs, that is picture archive communication system components, such as the acquisition computers and display workstations, that allows communication for medical images and relevant information. Then this low cost 10 Mbps or 10 base T Ethernet can be used as a network interface for this kind of communication to provide this communication between the packs components. However, the high bandwidth networks such as the 100 Mbps fast Ethernet or 155 Mbps asynchronous transfer mode, or they are all more suitable for the communication because of the high volume data transmission that takes place in the PAX applications. So these are all the speed of the internet, 10 Mbps, 100 Mbps. Even when you are having the connection, internet connection, you can you will come to know that based on the Mbps, like whether it is 100 Mbps or 10 Mbps or 50 Mbps, the connection, packs or different plans are there. So based on the Mbps, the plan price tariff also differ. So that way, here we are making these Mbps for based on the which type of short-term storage or low size interface. Based on that, we can use this high-speed internet or normal internet. Then we'll see this DICOM, that is digital imaging and communication in medicine. This communication of images between medical imaging systems, this is among their application. This has always been difficult because of the multiple platforms and vendors. That is the vendor specific communication. Vendor specific means the person who are supplying this kind of apps, that applications. So that is why we are calling that as a vendor specific communication. And it has also the protocols and data formats. It has got a standard. When we say that any application, that application has to be standard. Moreover, we are using it for health purpose. So health service purposes. So this DICOM, this standard developed in 1992 by a joint committee formed by the American College of Radiology and National Electrical Manufacturers Association, NEMA. That is to intend to provide connectivity and interoperability for multi-vendor imaging equipment. That allows communication of images and exchange of information among these individual systems. Once again, this section, this amendment that describes two basic DICOM components, that is information object and the service classes that are used for the communication of images. Then information objects, the medical images that are defined in DICOM as information objects or data sets. See, any objects, like whatever in the imaging digitalized way, generally it is called data sets. and whatever the images or whatever the documents that is called the data. That may contains images as well as the content or that content that related to that images. Uh, well, uh, the information no, in what is present or that represent these objects, an instance of a real world information object that is called, and is composed of multiple data elements that contain the encoded values of attributes of the objects. These terminologies usually it is in the computers, encode and attributes and all. See, encoded means all images that will be coded instead of as if it is there. It will be like in computer language, it is coded into some other way, coding language. Then that will be taken out whenever it is needed. And each data element is made of three fields: the data element tag, the value length, and the value field. And the data element tag is a unique identifier that consists of a group number and an element number, an hexadecimal notation, and that is used to identify the specific attribute of that element. For example, the pixel data of an image that is stored in the data element with a tag. We can put a tag like something like what to say 7FE0 or 0010, where that 7FE0 represents the group number and 0010 represents the element number. So the value length, that specifies the number of bytes that makes up the value field of the element. The value field contains the values of the data element. So like that, this image communication between medical imaging system and among their applications that takes place when a system or an application initiates a transfer of images to a designated system or application. Uh, See, don't get confused with this attributes and data thing and all. That is what I said in the initial of starting of the topic itself. It is a combination of computer based and as well as medical terminology. Okay, well, now when we see that image sender, a person who is sending the image, that transmits image data in terms of information objects to the designator. So there is a sender and the person who is receiving it, that is called a designator. So the object can be transmit as an image data in terms of information objects. Then in an image acquisition process, for example, medical images are transmitted as information objects from an image modality. For example, the CT scanner to a picture archive communication system. That is by means of acquisition by the computer. This from the acquisition computer, these information objects are routed to their designated workstations for instantaneous display or to the archive server for archiving. So this is like information objects, how these information objects are working on. Then now we'll see the service class. Service classes. This is PACS, picture archiving communication system application. This is a kind of application. Okay, the application means now like you may come across what is an application. Google Pay is an application, and this WhatsApp is an application. All are application. That when you install that application, it works, gives a service whatever it is meant for. So like that, PACS is an application. It is referred by the DICOM as an application entities. Running battery. No. Well, these services, that is performed by the DICOM, that is Digital Imaging Communication Medicine, as a message service elements. It may be called a DIMSC. message service elements, and that are categorized into two service classes: DMSC C services and DMSC N services. Now we'll see what is DMSC C service. DMSC C services refers to those services that are applicable to composite information objects. For example, that is objects that represent several entities in a DICOM information model, and that provides only operation services. In the case of the DMSC N service, on the other hand, are the services that are applicable to normalized information objects. That is composite information object. This is normalized information objects. That means objects that represent a single entity in a DICOM information model. Well, these provide both operation and notification services, and DMSC and DMSC N services and their operations. A typical DMSC service involves two applications. That is a service class user, that is called SCU, and the service class provider, that is called SCP. SCU is an request to specific DMSC service from other archive entities. SCP, otherwise known, is an archive entity that performs an appropriate operation to provide a specific service. These operations carried out by the DMSC services are based on client service or that applications, with the SCU being a client and the SCP being a server, or vice versa, the same way. I hope do you feel confused about this topic? See, I'm mixing the service classes. These are all an archiving in the computer. How these imaging processes and imaging communications are taken place. See, exactly. You just remember these DICOM and PACS. DICOM is digital imaging and the communication in medicine. PACS is picture archive communication system. So these are all the main elements. Apart from that, these archiving entities are application entities that will be using so many other applications or services. That services only we have seen that, like the messaging services. So that is called DMSC and DMSC C and DMSC N. And now these DMSC C and DMSC N are working on. That is what we have discussed so far. Okay. So these are all service classes. So this is an example, like how this storage service class that uses the C-store DMSC service for transmitting medical images from storage SCU to storage SCP. Okay. Just pictorial way how this is functioning. Well, now we'll see example of C-store DMSC service. There are so many procedures that describes the operation of C-store DMSC service. The procedures follows like the acquisition computer issues an association request to the archive server. First one, the first procedure. It's C-store DMSC is acquisition computer. That is storage is SCU. See, SCU means we have already said service class user. SCU means service class user. SCP means service class provider, user and provider. In that way, you just remember. Okay. Then the archive server grants the association. Then the acquisition computer invokes the C-store service and requests the storage of an image in the archive system. So whatever I'm listing out, no, these are all the procedures that describes how this operation of the C-store DMSC service. Okay, don't get confused. I'm just listing out the procedure. First thing is the acquisition computer storage SU that issues an association request to the archive server. That is user to provider. Okay. Then archive server grants the association. Then the acquisition computer invokes the C-store service and requests the storage of an image in the archive system. Then the archive server accepts the request. The acquisition computer transmits the image to the archive server. Then the archive server stores the image in its storage device and acknowledges successful operation. Then the acquisition computer issues a request to drop the association. The archive server drops the association. See, to store a DMSE service, these are all the procedures followed. So first, the acquisition computer is producing the request. That request, that is called association. Then archive servers is granting the permission for that association. Then now that association is stored in the acquisition computer. Then that is server is accepting that. See, when even know, like for example, I can say it in another normal way. When we are transferring the data from one mobile phone to another mobile phone, there are so many apps also there, data transfer apps. You can keep that apps on, and you can send through big data also from one mobile phone to another mobile phone. When you are doing that, no, it is asking for accepting the to receive the messages or the information. One person is sending from his mobile or her mobile that the data transfer. So to a friend, then the friend's mobile that is the pop-up will come whether to accept it or not. So accept the request. So that way, that is interlinked or interconnected. It is asking the permission to accept or not. So the same way here also, the server will accept the request. Then the acquisition computer transmits the image to the archive server. Then the archive server stores the images in its storage device and acknowledges the successful operation. Once even in the transfer of image, data, once it is completed, it is saying that successfully completed. So that acknowledge the successful operation. Then the acquisition computer issues request to drop the association. The request has to be closed. Then the archive server drops the association. So this is how the C-store DMSE service is functioning. Well, now we'll see the archive software components. This is implemented in an archive server controls, archival, retrieval, and distribution of medical images for the archive system. With other processes by using client or server programming the queuing mechanisms, and they prioritize the job, whether the mechanism is which mechanism it will be used. Like it is inter-process communication among the major process running on the archive server, and the functions of these individual process, we can say that we can see it in this like composite diagram message service elements. So these are all what to say, the inter-process communication among the major process running on the archive server. So it describes the major tasks performed by the archive server include image receiving, image routing, image stacking, and image archiving, and database updating, image retrieving, and image pre-fetching. So this is explaining how all these functioning like individually the task is functioning. That is called archive software components. Like we'll see that how this image is received. The images occurred by the acquisition computers from various medical imaging devices that are transmitted over the communication network. to the archive server, then using the standard DICOM storage device class via TCP and IP. So this is called the protocol. You can see in the internet when is internet properties. When you click the internet property, you can see that this transmission control protocol, internet protocol. So these network protocols are used. And then the storage service class is based on the client server applications, of which an acquisition computer serves as a DICOM service class user. And transmitting images to a service class provider or the archive server. Don't get confused, all these things. These are all the network protocols. Like most clients know, like this server applications, the archive server supports concurrent connections to receive images from multiple acquisition computers. So when it is receiving the different computers, it's routing to the server. Then they receive images from multiple computers. So this is how the image is received. Then image routing. So here in the table you can see that C echo like composite of DICOM message service elements, DMSE C and DMSE N we have discussed. No, that is there in this table. Now this we'll see about image routing. What are the images arriving in the archive, archive server from various acquisition computers? They are immediately routed to their destination display workstations. A display means you can whatever that is displayed in the monitor. So there is a workstation where it will be that may be a destination display workstation for instantaneous display where it can be displayed. The routing process is a DICOM storage service class, of which the archive server takes on the role of SEU users to transmit images to the display workstations where the providers. The routing, that is SEU and SCP. The routing algorithm is driven by predefined parameters such as examination type, patient type, location of display workstation, and section radiologist, and referring physician. So it may be this routing algorithm is taken this predefined parameters. All these are all the parameters, different parameters. And these parameters are stored in a routing table managed by the archive database. And this routing process performs table lookups for each individual image based on the health level 7. This is called HL7. Message received via the hospital information system, a radiology information system, or interface. So these are all determine the image that has to be sent, or destination where it has to be sent. These images are sent. That is called image routing. Then image tracking. So image tracking is a data catching mechanism that stores images temporarily in high-speed storage devices such as magnetic disk and RAID, rapid arch image digitalization, or for fast retrieval. RAID is for short storage thing, so it may be easily accessed or fast display within. The images received in the archive server from various acquisition computers are stacked in the archive server's cache storage, that is magnetic disk or RAID, to allow immediate access. After being successfully archived to the long-term storage, these images will remain in the cache storage and are managed by the archive server on a per patient, per hospital stay basis. See here you can find the difference. When it is you want the images has to be seen or displayed immediately, then it is like high speed storage or magnetic disk or it's RAID or used for stacking. If at all it is for long term storage, in that is the case based on the per patient per hospital stay basis, so that will be archived and managed for long time storage. So in this way, all recent images that are not already in a display workstations or local disk can be retrieved from the archive server's cache storage instead of the low-speed long-term storage device such as an optical disk library or DLT type library. The timely access to images is particularly convenient for physician. Normally, like they need, whenever they need, they can access it. Or radiologists also, they retrieve images at a display workstation located in a different radiology section of or a department. So this is normalized DICOM message service, like what we have seen earlier. The previous table is DMSE and DMSE. So next we will see this is what a DICOM storage service class applied to packs, image acquisition process, and acquisition computers. Access transmit images to the archive server from SEU to SCP. How this is made, like acquisition computer. Uh, so this is how this is processed for archiving as well as displaying, whether it is for a long term storage or immediate access. Well, I'll talk about image archiving. So image archiving, it is the archive server from various acquisition computers that are copied from archive servers cache storage. Cache storage, like it is addition to the exact storage system. See, whenever you store something, it is sometimes the computer will ask where can be it is stored, the cache. So that cache storage is a long-term storage device such as an optical disk library or DLT tape for a permanent archiving. So it will be stored for a long period, long time. So maybe at a later case, for a month, after a month, or after 3 months, or after 4 months, also it can be retrieved from the storage devices. So then these images stored in the standard DICOM image files can be accessed by display workstation by the PAX communication network. Well, we have to update these database. So what are the information extracted from the data elements of the images received by the archive server that is inserted into the archive database. These data are categorized and stored in different predefined tables, with each table describing only one kind of deity. For example, the patient description table consists of master patient records, which store patient demographics, examination work list, and the correlated studies. The archive index. So all these components are there, and moreover, these tables consist of archive records for individual images, and the study description table consists of study records describing individual medical imaging procedures. Then these tables provide information necessary for the archive server to perform individual tasks such as file indexing, query, and retrieve key sets, and image routing, and the image prefetching. So this is what is called data base updating. And the image retrieving. See, we are seeing the sequence archiving, like storage, stacking, archiving, and database updating, then retrieving. So it is a sequence. Okay. Well, this image retrieving is retrieval takes place at the display workstation. Workstation that are connected to the archive system through a communication network. Retrieval means like you can retrieve any kind of informations, whatever that is stored in the database. So you have to make a retrieval request that are issued to the archive server by the display workstation using DICOM. It may be query or retrieve Q by R service class via TCP and IP network protocols on a client server basis. So in the retrieval operation, the archive server serves as a queue by R or SCP processing query, and retrieval request is received from the display workstations. So these requested images are retrieved from the storage subsystem by the archive server and distributed to the destination display workstation with the use of DICOM storage service class. So this is the way it can be like retrieved. See, in the beginning, in the initial, we have to make a retrieval request. So these requests will be transmitted by this app like DICOM. So they are using the protocols. These protocols making the request image that are retrieved from the storage subsystem where it has been stored. The images where it has been stored. From there, by the archive server, it has been taken out and sent to the destination display workstation. So this is what the image retrieving. This is interface image prefetching by packs for use of clinical practice that cannot be operated successfully without an interface of hospital information system or radiological information system, that is called HIS or RIS. This will see how this health level 7 communications standards are utilized for this interfacing image prefetching. Health level 7 communication standards. It is an industry standard data interface widely used in many healthcare information systems like HIS, RIS, PACS for exchange of textual information or information exchange among these heterogeneous computer system that takes place over a communication network with the use of TCP or IP protocol on a client server basis. So by utilizing this HL7, health level 7 interface, messages or events such as patient demographics, ADT, that is called admission, discharge, and transfer, and examination scheduling, examination description, and diagnostic reports can be occurred by a PACS from a HIS or RIS via hospital integrated communication network. So all these information extracted from these images can be used by the PACS archive subsystem to perform a specific task such as the routing and stacking mechanisms under the image prefetch mechanisms. Okay. We'll see what is prefetch mechanism. This PACS, that is picture archive communication system. This is an app. Okay, this is operated in a clinical environment, requires fast access to patients. Previous and current images in support of clinical diagnosis. So therefore, no, the time delay in the retrieval of historical image from a low speed long term archive during a clinical review session will be discouraged or discouraged. This is discouraged. So the use of the PACS by the physician. The implementation of prefetch mechanism can eliminate online image retrieval, which thereby will increase the acceptance of PACS for clinical use. And what way you can understand this, I do not know. Like for example, PACS are operated in clinical environment. This is fast access. We have seen short storage system can be accessed fast. So when the clinician needs the images for the diagnosis, the online, that time the low speed long term arching system will not retrieve the images. So they'll that is a discouraging to the physician. So that is why they are going for like the prefetch mechanism to retrieve the images for the clinical use. The prefetch mechanism is triggered when PACS archives server detects and arrives of a patient via the ADT. This HIS, that is Hospital Information System, and the Radiological Information System, they are all selected historical images and relevant diagnostic reports are retrieved from the long-term storage and the archive database. These data are then distributed to the destination display workstations. So just we are talking about how this prefetching mechanism are working in the low speed and fast accessing, as well as long-term storage, and how it has been get retrieved from the archive database. Okay. Then you know that algorithm, so that is all used by the computers. Prefetch mechanism is based on the table lookup process driven by some predefined parameters such as examination type, disease category, location of display workstation, and section radiologist, the referring physician, and number of age of the patient's archived images. And these parameters are stored in a prefetch table managed by the archive database and will determine which historical images should be retrieved. There are several factors affecting the operation of prefetch mechanism. These factors are storage space of a display workstation that is capable of stacking and prefetching historical images. The storage is one of the factor. Then capability of the storage devices in the archive system to handle multiple concurrent retrieval operations. So the capacity of the storage device. The storage is space is one of the factor. The next one is capability of the storage device. So when too many operations are done, like the same time, many people are asking retrieving the data. So that time the capacity, capability of the storage device to handle these multiple concurrent retrieval operations. Then network capacity to support concurrent transmission of the high volume images. So the network capacity means whether it is high speed internet, whether it handles the ABBS, 100 Mbps capacity per second or something like that. So that capacity is very essential. So that is one of the factor that supports concurrent transmission of high volume images. Then capability of display workstation to receive real-time prefetched historical images with minimal interference to the end users during a clinical review session. So here the display workstation is there. No, that should have the real-time prefetch images, like how it is displaying it. So that depends upon the size of the image. So it should have it should not have any interference in the displaying of the images. So during the clinical review, because the clinical review session, the physician is uh, what to say, the analyzing the picture, the image, medical image for the diagnosis. So it should not there not be any interference. So these are all the different factors that is affecting the operation of prefetch mechanism. Okay. Then what is this DICOM image archive standard? That is talking about the image file format. So that is what I said. No, like different formats are there in the images. That is one medical image are archived to the storage media's DICOM formatted files. DICOM files. This DICOM files consist of a file meta information, header and an image information objects. And the file meta information header is composed of 28 byte file permeable, 4 byte DICOM prefix, and the file meta elements. These file meta information's header contains the information that identifies the encapsulated DICOM image data set. So you don't get confused with all these computerized based terminologies there's bytes and meta information sort of thing and all. So how these file formatters of the image, the information objects are stored or transmitted. So that is what here, when whether it is archived. So the archive server receives DICOM images as an information object from the acquisition computers. These images are first encapsulated with the corresponding meta information headers, forming the DICOM files and then archived. So when these archived image files are retrieved from the storage device, only the encapsulated image information object will be extracted from the files, which will then be transmitted to the destination as an information object. Uh, so it is like encoded one. Like we are saying that encapsulated image means it is coded with some coding has been done. So it will be when it is in the transmitted to a destination, then it will become an information object. The image file may be in the information object. So I think so how this information object is like a file format is like what to say, like stored and retrieved in the DICOM software. Like prefetch mechanism, image file format. So this is how this QR service class and storage service class. So display workstation, DMSC service, archive server. So this is here like a pictorial explanation, whatever we have discussed so far. So I don't know how far you can understand these computer-based aspects of this communication. So generally that's we say that all images are stored in a server or in an archive way, archived in a server that has been transmitted to the destination computer, then where it is displayed in the workstation. So it is in a one term we can, in one line we can say that, but how it has been made in the computer as a communication, the digital communication, that is what we have discussed so far. So we can go in depth more, but I don't think it will get give a more confusion than the understanding the digital communication. So with this, we'll conclude how this digital communication or the digital information imaging is communicated in medicine through these computers, like it is transmitting into coded or encapsulated with attributes and parameters and algorithms. So then it will be displayed to the workstation by retrieval system. So in between we have seen that stacking, storage, prefetching mechanisms, how all are working together to get this imaging system is communicated to the various departments to use this diagnostic procedures. With this, I conclude this digital communication. You may have some so many doubts in this, so that can be clarified later on. You can mail me. You can get the mail ID from the coordinator, Dr. Professor V. Gopal sir. So I can also communicate with you what are the doubts you are having in this connection. Thank you. So I'm closing the session.
Good morning.
Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, so now I'll present my slide. I'll go with this. So, very good morning. Today we will have that's quality by design approach. How can we? Uh, I think slides are visual.
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good. So now I'll start my. So one quality control designs and Ishikawa programs and all we saw no. Based on that, how the approach can be applied in the research and development, various places I able to speak. There we are going to see today. That means what is the thing is design of experiment where can be applicable wherever your work how we can applicable that I am presented here today. I've taken in the pharmaceutical sciences in the drug discovery that is a drug development manufacturing of products. Another one is how we can analyze. Two example I taken, but this is the within a class period of time I cannot explain all the things, but this things I'll share to Gopal sir. You can go through that. You can easily can understand. Now that is Juron's quality by design approach. We are going to see how the practically it is implemented in research. Okay. Now we'll start with the elements of TQM. Completely we saw that total quality management. Why it's required for three reasons. One is to produce a quality product to satisfy the customer with safety and efficacy. That is the primary objective of ours. TQM we are in. Second one is every organization wanted to minimize and maximize their profit. That is the second aspect. The third one is with the long durability, sustainability of the industry or institution or organization by producing quality products. These are the three objectives we need to fulfill. That is why we are the organization or industry everywhere wanted to utilize the TQM principles to that. So that is here the elements, key elements. They are again already we discussed. Again, I will start with four things are very important. One is leadership. The TQM is leadership is everyone taken into the part of team. We already we said that is employee involvement, but somebody has to plan and execute. That should be free from the workforce. For example, any industry, if the manufacturing facilities or HR, they should not be the head of this TQM. You need to identify a person, individual, maybe focus on TQM. There involve all the employees. All the employees may be a part of the team, but the person only assigned to TQM purposes. Then he can focus on that work, how to implement in the TQM, where the quality control check 7 points already we saw. No? QC tools can be employed, that and all he can take over. The second thing is employee involvement. Already from starting I am telling that when it comes to the TQM, not only a quality control and quality assurance. That's why I am telling only quality control and quality assurance. We are telling that any product if manufacturing anywhere in the industries, there the quality confirmed by the quality assurance based on quality control data. That means that quality control persons will go and perform the database creations based on the in process quality control and the finished product databases, finished product analysis, whether it is fulfilling the industrial requirement as well as the regulatory bodies requirements. If it is the fulfilling Based on the data, they will analyze and perform the some test, QC tools test. They will confirm that whether this product is satisfying all the requirements, regulatory requirements or not. Then only it will be go to the market. That is the procedure involved in the industries. Now, as I am telling, some established, well developed industries, they have two different departments, quality control department as well as quality assurance departments. So here I wanted to clearly say that these people are very, very concerned to produce a quality product, because every employee part of the industry, they're responsible for the quality of the product also, but more responsibility for the quality departments. Quality departments may be divided into quality control as well as quality assurance. So I am, why I am telling this, you need to understand that what is the role of quality persons in the industry to explain all the aspects of consumer requirement as well as regulatory body requirements. If any drugs are confirming the regulatory requirements, definitely it will be satisfy the consumer requirements, because the consumer requirements are majorly expectation, because the product should be adaptability. Based on that only the regulatory bodies are preparing their guidelines. So now any industries manufacturing, they may have their own standards. I'm repeatedly telling that that is called as in-house standards. In-house standards. Sometimes the drugs are component new to the market. If it is not having any regulatory requirements or anything, but that industry itself their own regulatory bodies requirements, that is called as in-house standards. So whenever any drugs manufactured or prepared in the industry, that should be satisfied. First thing is, if any in-house standards is there, that is internal perspectives. So then regulatory also come to the picture, regulatory requirements. So some, if you are manufacturing, if you want to export, that some regulatory guidelines, particularly that country regulatory bodies requirements you need to fulfill, then only you can export to that particular country. So that is the why very, very essential the quality department. So the quality department, just like that, they may not assure, because the quality products will be confirming the significantly statistically proven that it is a product is able to produce quality by design, not the chance. So that means the quality control department will the responsible for when the product is manufacturing. In between the process, they will go and check the some sample they will collect and perform. So that is called as in process quality control. That is called as in process quality control. All the aspects which is able to produce a quality product, they will check. That is called as in process quality control test. Then that database will be available. Then after completion of production, they will take some samples, they will perform the experiments. This all done by quality control department. The production will produce the product to meet out the quality control requirements. This all database will be available. This data both retrospectively and prospectively taken into the consider. Then the database they will take into the consider, then analyze all the QC tools parameters like histograms, plot chart, check sheets, all they will incorporate. Then whether it is a quality product or not, they will be confirmed by QA department. That is why the very, very essential these two departments. Particularly, already I said in the class, this department, pharmaceutical products, if it is error, then you have very, very essentially create the impact. Because what is that? So the pharmaceutical product, if it is any impurity or it's the quality compromises happen, quality issues raises, not only a cost of the thing, it may create the nuisance, that is harm to the human beings, who those your consumer, that is the product taken by the administrator, because we are in giving into the biological system. Bio in the sense, so there's living things. So we are giving administered to the human beings, maybe a harm or harmless. If it is produce unwanted side effects, that is called as the side effects of the things. So that should be minimized. That is why all the things, the objective is to produce a quality product to minimize the side effects, and that is, I am telling everywhere, safety and efficacy. Efficacy means the performance. Immediately I need to recover from the disease. At the same time, it should be a safe. It should not produce any side effect. Then this will be observed by how that can be attained by the process and product excellence. So that process and product excellence, how I will attain? So I have to produce a quality product. I have to produce a quality products. When I prepare a quality products, when able to understand the situation, that means if I am each and every steps of manufacturing factors, process involved in that, then I can be easily perform better. So that means what is the steps involved in this, then I need to be explained. So that for that involves design quality. There only the design of experiment comes into the picture. So here I have to produce the product with the best output. So that possible, we need to use design of experiments. Design of experiment, that is called as statistical. We have to predict our experiment to produce a best output. In which condition I can use to produce best output, that here the product will DOE will come to the picture. So then when they were able to understand the DOE, automatically the continuous improvement will be involved in that. Already I said in the one diagram, today also I will show that. So continuously I need to improvement the product. Then I need to two things to understand. One is product knowledge and process performance. These two I need to understand. That is, I need to learn that. Then I can continuously improve the quality of the product. So based on that product profile, I will fix based on the customer focus. Then design the quality which able to produce a quality product in the market, to withstand in the market, to compete the edge between your competitors, whoever it may be. That you should be satisfied. Your product should be quality one with the competitors. So this is the ideology here. How the product and process excellence I am going to prepare, and continuous improvement. These two stages I can explain by the DOE, design of experiment, capital D, capital OE, experiment. So that means you may not be this pharmaceutical industry, but wherever the possible, you can utilize your DOE when you need to optimize your situations, your circumstances, whatever the situation. You may be an engineer, you may be a lawyer, you may be a very different faculty. There, when you have two or more options to there available, then you can choose the best one based on some statistical significance. That is ideology. Say for example, I'll take this one example. I'll explain this. If I want to purchase a car, this example I think you can enjoy. Is it audible, sir? Shall I proceed? Anyone answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if I am telling, say, we'll take one example. I'm giving one assignment to you all, anyone, everyone. That is, I am giving 10 lakhs rupees to purchase a car. So that is no question of that. Which is the car able to come less than 10 lakhs, you can go and purchase. Simple, straightforward. At the same times, I'm giving a thing, 10 lakhs rupees. You need to buy a car with 7-seater capacity. Then one constraint is coming here. So that means, which is 7-seater car, you need to purchase within the less than 10 lakhs rupees. Then second issue, another one I'm giving one concern, that is, you need to buy a car, 7-seater car with long leg room should be there. I'm selling. Second constraint. So long leg room, that is more spacious car I need to purchase. Okay, second point is coming. Then third point also I'm giving that it should be a economically more concern, so more mileage it has to be produced. Then third concern is coming. So then fourth also I'm coming. Then airbags, four or minimum 2 to 4 airbags it should be there. Then definitely it's not possible to purchase a car within a 10 lakh rupees. So I'm giving a constraint. Then one more constraint, if I'm adding 2 or 3 more constraint comes to the picture, you need to search which is the best car available in the market to fulfill my requirement, which is the limited budget. I think now you can understand. So 10 lakhs rupees, you purchase a car means you can buy any car less than 10 lakhs rupees. That is no issue. But I am telling that that car should be a 7-seater, then should be a legroom spacious, then like a SUV model, and then airbags. Then you need to search. Then how you will search? You have to go some agencies, then showrooms. You get the quote. What is the cars are available with the budget? How the car will come? Then you need to analyze some database. So you need to collect more input from every industries, that is every showroom. You need to go collect the data. Then you have to analyze which car I can purchase. Sometimes may not be the possible to purchase within the limits. Then you have to choose the your range furthermore. So another 5 lakhs you can request, or within a car which is able to maximum fulfilling with the 10 lakhs, that car you can select. So that means when 2 or more option is available, which is I can select, that is called as optimization. So best thing I have to select. So in the class, 4 or 5 members may be present in the class. Among this, I want to select one candidate. Based on what I will select the best, some database I require. So among the 5 people, I have to select that who is the regularly coming to the classes, then who is having a good score in the classes, who is having a very good observations, ability to speak, that I will take into my customers. So then that particular candidate, I can choose for one candidate. So some database I request. So that database only will help to select the situation. So when 2 or more option is available, I have to perform some statistically significant research to produce the best output. That is called as optimization. So here what they are industry people are telling, when you are manufacturing a product, then you need to produce a quality product with optimized, because they wanted to minimum utilization of their resources and maximize the product profit. That is their consent. So that is why this is the implementation of TQM. This DOE introduced by Juran. Already I said that Juran focus is continuous implement, planning of experiment, and continuous improvement given by Juran. That's we'll go through some slides. These slides also already many slides we discussed. Then I'll skip some slides. Wherever the point I need to explain, I'll explain. Once again, slide not moving. Let's check it. One second. Now you're able to see the slides moving? Now slide moving.
It's in number 2. That's it.
It's moving now, slide?
Yeah, gone to third.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So now we need to see this quality by design. This all we'll discuss in the earlier classes. So I will take this. So as per already I said that this is introduced by Juran, but in the ICH guidelines, what is so 6 guidelines I said in the class, ICH guidelines 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need to work on this ICH starting from 7 to 12. It shows that the pharmaceutical product development need to produce a quality product. That is the guidelines given by the ICH, or specifically product development majorly based on this guidelines is called as ICH-Q8R2, only for main guidelines given to the pharmaceutical product development. So ICH-Q8R2, I think you can see here, describes good practice for pharmaceutical product development, outlines basic and enhanced QBD development and manufacturing approaches, introduce the concept design space, flexible regulatory approaches. So this is the concept of QBD, quality by design approach, but is called as DOE. We are going to implement. So who is the in charge? Already in the graphical way I explained that FDA is responsible for this. This I can see this slide. You can see this Juran. Again, I am telling. In this, I explained the design of experiment in the blue color. ICH concept is quality by design, design space, design of experiment, critical quality attributes, critical process parameters, control strategy. Here, in your position syllabus, the design of experiments only I need to explain, since it is a TQM implementation. So that is why I am discussing here. Juran's QBD is a quality by design is a systematic approach. Systematic, step by step, I am need to do the experiment. Then second thing, it is a holistic view. From the top, if you're able to see, you can see each and every steps how it's happening. That is the ideology. That is the holistic means English word. It's a from top, so you can understand each process happening, how it's happening, everything you can understand. That is called as holistic view. Then proactive approach in the pharmaceutical development, so that we can see this systematic approach. You consider like so step by step. I said explicit requirement. So I said in inflict requirement and explicit requirement. That means like not like a magical thing. So it is a systematic one step, then next step I have to go. Begins with the predefined objective. I think you know what is meant by objective. That is my output, is how my output should be coming. So here we have to think like this. So consumer requirement. Who is the consumer? Here that our customer is called as consumer. Their requirement, based on that I need to fix my objective. So that means how the product should be there. I need to manufacture that. You should be very clear, because we are going to design the experiment to produce the best product output. That is what is your requirement. Your full objective should need to be fulfilled. You have to face the prefers the experiment based on that. That is why we need to consider your product should be predefined. So what is my exact output? So emphasis product and process understanding and process control. This is a thing I am telling. So this we are going to achieve the process understanding. Process, how the process is happening, how one step is completed, the next step how it takes place. That process understanding will be help to they control the significant process. Then we can produce quality product. Based on the sound and science, the quality risk assessment also will come to the picture. So now how we are understanding and the ability to produce the quality product, then we can easily understand where the mistake may happen to produce side effects. That is the risk assessment stages. So this we are going to see in the class. Quality by design, already I am telling that it's a tool to make that product development and commercial manufacturing simple with minimum input resources. That will save money to the organizations. This where I can apply the QBD, not only a pharmaceutical development, no. Everywhere wherever you can apply the quality by design approach. So it may be a pharmacological or animal experiment, or you are on a clinical side, then clinical study experiment you can do. Then you are an engineer, so then you can utilize. So different scenario that, but you should understand what it says. How can be the design the experiment? That is the ideology for us to understand. So already I said that it's a quality by design is a systematic approach. It's a exam point of view. So for this, some terminology you need to understand. But here, as per your concern, you just listen. The QTPP only is a very important. That is target product profile. As the first statement says that predefined objective. Predefined objective means what is my output. That should be very clear. That is the target. My final product profile, I should be very clear. So then another parameters also comes, but we are not going to in depth of QPD. That is you need. So some examples, design of experiments only I am going to explain. So this only enough for you to understand. If I am giving everything, it will be take some 4-5 class to complete. So this quality target product profile is the very clear indication of your product. So what the product I need to prepare, what is the requirement to at least to at time. So that is what one example I said, no. So if I am purchasing a car, it's a 7-seater car, SUV, then at minimum 4 airbags, then leg room should be this much. So like this, your expectation fulfill the quality product. Then based on that, you need to plan your experiments. That is called as design of experiments. So this all I'm not going. This already I said that who is the responsibility QBD. Then in that, this I think you can see this is a bold one, design of experiments, DOE. This only we are going to discuss another. Here some example I will show 2 example I have. If possible, today and tomorrow class I will complete this. Not tomorrow, Sunday class I will complete. So this also I explained in the class. So I many times I said that this when onwards the QBD comes to the picture, it starts from almost 50 years period of QBD. The Juran first started in the 51 quality aspects. Then it started in the year FDA guidelines year 1980. Almost 53 years completed. But the first quality by design approach product came to the market in the year 2013 onwards. So that means many products we were not able to produce quality by design approach since its lack now is available. So that now only the process are taken into the consideration to produce a quality by design products. So this already I explained here. If you want to make a quality product with continuous improvement, then you need 2 things are very important: product knowledge and process understanding. Product knowledge, that is a product profile, complete product profile you need to. How should be the product? Then how it will be used for us? Then how I can prepare, what are the process involved in that, that need to be understand. That is called as product and process understanding. So process understanding and product knowledge will help you to continuously improve the quality aspects. Then process understanding will come another 2 things: process controls and process parameters. What are the process I am involving in that? That all come to the pictures. Like this it will go. So generally you should keep in mind product knowledge and process understanding will give continuous improvement. Then why this QBD is available in the pharmaceutical industry to produce a generic industries, a business model regulator perspective, it is very, very essential. So that competitors will be very high. You need to satisfy your consumer requirement, also produce the safety product. That is why we need to produce a quality product. The quality product, not only by just a quality product, it should be safety perspective also, and it need to be uh, reproducible. It should be reproducible and statistically, that is mathematically, it should be show that it is the product is prepared a quality product. So this I already explained in the general introduction. Explicit requirement. When you are planning and implementing the TQM or any quality aspects in your industry, that should be very cleanly explained step by step process, not the implicit requirements. That English word terminology we know that explicit requirement means so in detail, the exclusively, then planning systematically, that is called as explicit requirement. Implicit requirement, like magician, they may not explain what is the step involved in that. Just like that, the product may come into. So that is why we need. So when you are planning, you also very clear. Then whoever involved in that, they also should be learned. That is the example already in the last class I explained. Once again, I'll explain here. Actually, this one, you see that six images are there. First one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one, horizontally 1 2. If you are seeing, actually the consumer want fifth one. The this the one they want actually, but what happened is they went and asked this like this. Because this fellow also doesn't have how it should be. Then second, then analyst who is planning to prepare that, they planned like this. Then the designer come to the picture, then he decided like this. Then the programmer for their designation, they write like this. But finally it went, it we lost of tree, it came out like this. So that means those who are involved in each every steps, so they also should know what is the final product profile. That is why QTPP, quality target product profile. So everyone should be in the organization or industry should know what is the steps involved in that. Then they may be produce a quality aspects. So these are the things we can improve the things. We'll go for the example. I'll take this overview of QBD, how this QBD process will implemented. Quality target profile, I think you know that is your end product. How should be that you are, if you are thorough with this, then automatically you can design and understanding product design according to that. Then with understanding process design and understanding will help you to control the difficulty phases where the difficulty phases comes. Then you are able to control that, that automatically continuous improvement will occur. So when I am very clean about my final product objective, then I can easily design a product with understanding and perform the product, that is manufacture the product with understanding, will giving that where I need to control the perspective. That is where the errors may happen. There can be I can control that. When I am very clean in that, then automatically the continuous improvement will take place. So that is why the QTPP is very, very essential. These are the elements of QBD, but we are not going to in depth of this already, as I said. So some slides, these are the examples. I am not taken into this for your example. I'll take one more example. I have DOE with continuous improvement, that I'll take this DOE, design of experiment. This is the DOE, design of experiment. As I everything repeatedly telling, it is a mathematical model to perform some experiment in some relative conditions to produce the best output. To produce the best output, some in this some softwares or ready-made softwares are available to utilize the design of experiments. So now we are taking into that design of experiment, what is meant by that, and all will go. So why the optimization is important, I'll show the gap. Optimization is important to produce a safety and reduce the errors. More importantly, reproducible product I can prepare, save the time, reduce the cost. More importantly, it is a efficacy, innovative and efficacy. That is the why the optimization is needed. Optimization is nothing but what is the best output of your output. What is the final product? which condition I can keep that for to produce the best output. That is the ideology. Here, the optimization is concerned to produce a quality pharmaceutical product. Then this is all the factors involved: safety and reduce the errors, reproducibility, save, reduce the cost, and optimization. These are the examples for this quality, why its optimization is required. So this optimization will produce the best solution. So that is, you can take some examples. Like a tablet, one example I'll show that best solution. Fewer experiments, very minimum a number of experiments can perform, produce a quality reproducibility product. That is the ideology. This way the advantages of QBD. So this optimization normally involves three steps. One is called as screening, second one is called as improvement, then third one is determination of optimum conditions, best output. So that can be uh, another way of explanation. Current settings, improvement, then optimum condition can be attained. This is the way the DOEs are I am going to apply. So if you want to understand that DOE, we should learn some points, that is factors, that is levels, response, effect, and interaction. These all called as some important terminologies. So what is meant by factors? I think this you need to understand that Ishikawa diagram I explained in the last class. If also, if possible, I'll explain here also. I'll go explain and I'll come. Ishikawa diagrams I shown somewhere. I think I have or not. I don't. It's here. I think you can see here. So this is able to see the slide. Slide changing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, this Ishikawa diagram applied in the study of drug release. So this, I think you can see here, the drug release is my response. So I'm preparing a product, or it may be a drug, administered to the body. How the drug release taken place, I want to analyze. That is the my I aim. So everyone, we are taking medicines. You know why when we are administering the drug through oral route of administration, it will go to the systemic circulation. How it reaches the systemic circulation, everyone will be understanding that that drug is reaches to the stomach, then disintegration takes place. The large size particle is converted into smaller size particle, that is called as disintegration. Based on, in our stomach, one movement is there, that movement name called as peristaltic movement. Everyone knows that slightly up and down movement. That movement will break down the molecules. That is tablet. It's a hard one we are taking, swallowing. Not only tablet, your food also, how it is breakdown means, this is the terminology. That is, in stomach we have a movement is called as peristaltic movement. That will up and down movement. It's like a floating, like up and down movement will break down the molecule. If the large size particle is converted into smaller size particle is called as disintegration. Then it will dissolve. When it is completely dissolved in the gastrointestinal fluid, what are the fluid present in the stomach is called as gastrointestinal fluid. That fluid, when it completely dissolves, then the absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion will take place. ADME, absorption. So from the gastrointestinal fluid, it will absorb, then distribute. The blood vessels will distribute throughout the body. Then the systemic circulation, that is called as systemic circulation. Any drug we are administering to the body, when it is reaches to the systemic circulation, how much drug content is present, that is called as bioavailability. That is called as bioavailability. That means how I can take any amount of drug, but which drug concentration it reaches to the systemic circulation only help to produce the pharmacological activity. Consider, if I am taking a drug quantity of 200 mg, but you consider only 50 milligram of drug only reaches to the systemic circulation, only 50 milligram, what is the therapeutic activity, I will get that particular activity. The remaining 150 milligram, what will be there? If not absorbed to the body, it may excrete through the renal route of elimination. So that means 150 milligram will be wasted. So that drug release, how it takes place, that is my aim. So I am planning to keep, that is my response. For that, what are the parameters will influence? I am keep writing here. So aqueous phase, stirring, core material, organic solvent, others, whatever the steps involved in the tablet to release the drug. So after administration, it is disintegration, then completely dissolved in the gastrointestinal fluid. Our gastrointestinal fluid, I think everyone may be very clear that it is slightly acidic in nature, 6.8 to 7.4. If 7 scale means 7 and above, it will be called as alkali pH. So that condition it should be released. Then according to that, I have to prepare the steps, the parameters I need to select. This called as Ishikawa diagram, cause and effect diagram, or fishbone diagram. Any type of experiment I need to plan like this when starting the place. So another you can see here. So you the same consider case I explained, one case, that is I want to be purchase a car. So here, your response should be a car with 7-seater. That is the thing. Then what are the factors will comes? Cost will come to the factors. Then airbag will come to the safety concern will come to the fact. Legroom one factors will come like this. But then some factors, what is that in that? It will come like this. So when this can be adopted, why I am telling different examples, this concept you can apply your research. It may be any field. So first, when you need to think out, if when you are starting any plan of any organization, any research work, any type of study you are going to perform, first you need to sit together and have a brainstorming session. So yourself, your co-worker, or your employee, or your supervisor, whoever it may be, who are the people involved in that, sit together and design that. What are the factors? What are the responses involved in that? When you are discussing, no, that is called as brainstorming session. That brainstorming sessions will bring lot of inputs to your study, will help you to understand to what are the steps need to be taken. So this Ishikawa diagram will be the first primary step when you are doing any kind of research or any kind of study you are starting. What is my output? That you should be very clear. Even if you are going to start a business, what the way, who is the target audience, target consumer? So I need to focus them only. So how I can focus them? Then that product should be this one. See, you can only some products is there. See, if Smithline Beecham's preparing a brush with various cost. So their terminology, ideology, they are not focusing on the middle class people. The toothbrush, I'm telling, toothbrush cost around starting from 1,200 to 2 lakh. It is available. That is motorized, automated, plenty of things are there. They doesn't want to focus on only the middle class or upper middle class. They don't want to consider. Their ideology is only to focus on the who is the higher rich people only. So that they are thinking that only focus that particular way. Like this, what even just example I'm telling. So if I want to prepare a product, should be a pen. If I am preparing a pen for only focus of middle class and lower middle class people, that may be a cost around 2 to 5 rupees pen I have to prepare with some maximum quality aspects. Then I can reach the particular people. If I am preparing a pen for 1,500, that is 1,600, 1,800, to selling to the try to sell the middle class or lower middle class, no one will come to buy a pen. So that you have to, one example only I'm telling, this you need to sit together and brainstorm. Then you have to decide where I have to focus, which is my end product quality, then where I am going to do. So like this, here one example I said that the things you can incorporate in your study. So this is a pharmaceutical sciences I explained, I incorporated. If you are in the different, you made in the different scenario, different field, there you can apply these things. So again, I'll go to this factors. This I think, I think in the Ishikawa diagram, what is the right hand side corner drug release, that is called as response. Then this is called as factors. When I'm that means when I'm changing the factors, the drug release will be altered. That is the meaning. So if I want to change the drug release, then the factors I need to alter. So that is vice versa, direct proportional. These factors and the response have direct relationship. If I am changing these factors levels, automatically the response will be changed. That response I need to change, in the factors. These factors and response has the direct relationship. So that means when I am selecting this is called as factors, this is called as the responses. Then so now I'll go to the terminology. Again, next class also I'll continue with this. I'll go with the factors and all the terminology, explain, and some examples I'll start with it. I think this only I went and explained and came back. So factors, what is the mean by factors? That factors, what is going to change my response is called as factors. Then one more thing, levels, which level I can play. So that is, see, for example, I said already, I need to purchase a car. Where I can purchase a car, the maximum level of cost is, my cost is 10 lakhs. The minimum level is 5 lakhs. So in between, I can purchase a car. So if I'm aligned, so my level, so that is called a space, design space. They may call as design space, where I can purchase levels, the setting of lower levels and higher level of your experiment. So rotation per minute, if I am setting for mixing, I am keeping rotation per minute. One example, what is the lower limit? 200 rpm I can keep, then maximum 1000 rpm. So that high speed I can, if I want to mix, maximum 1000 rpm I can keep. Like this, one example only I am telling that where the lowest and the highest level I am setting, that is called as levels. Then effects. So if any response to one individual factors, if I am changing, easily I can determine. That means if I am changing only one factor at a time, what is the change happening in the output directly relationship with this? Then I easily understand, if I am changing this factor, this will be altered, this much will be altered. So I can easily understand the process. But at the same time, I am changing 2 or 3 factors simultaneously. Then the effect happening, I cannot be readily determined. So see, for example, for simple example, I'll tell you, people around 14 people in the class. So I am giving an assignment to individually one assignment. I can evaluate individually, I can give a marks to you all. Instead of that, I'm giving 12 people, 12 people, all the 12 prepare one assignment. I'm asking to prepare. You all people, you prepare one assignment. If you are submitting, I cannot be determined whose involvement is majorly involved in this, because I don't know who is the best person participated in that, because some test I need to perform. Then I need to ask you all to come and meet me. I need to ask some queries, how you are prepared, where you reference it. This all I need to perform. Readily I cannot be determined. So that means joining effect. So you all put together prepared means that combination effect, how it's happened, I cannot be readily determined. So that is why I need to prepare. So this concept very, very importantly. That last one is interaction. So A and B, when is joined together, what is the effect? Then B and C joined together, what is the effect? I need to understand. So this will help to produce the understand the optimization. This will help you to produce quality products. The next class I will continue with this. I think almost 1 o'clock it happened. Go for lunch. I don't want to stand in between your lunch. I think next class we will continue with this, and I will try to complete this one. Shall I close the things? Is it audible? No, sir. No. Shall I
Yes,
leave?
sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we'll continue with this class.
Good afternoon. Can we start? Good afternoon. Welcome for the afternoon session. Today is World Hearts Safety Day. Let us join hands with a call given by WHO and others in keeping our heart safe and having a long life without straining it. I'm sure people who are involved in the healthcare will fully agree with me. Okay, only 3 or 4 have joined. Am I audible, Mahalakshmi madam? Anybody who has joined? Arunmodi? Am I audible? Welcome to the director, welcome to the coordinator. Yeah, Arunmodi, thank you. We are only 6 participants now. Anyway, before others could join, let me recap what all we have done. First, just 5 minutes time. First, we saw what is logistics management, how things are moving from one place to another place, the first unit. The second unit, once the good starts coming or being manufactured, then how do you purchase the product? So that's what we call the purchase management system. And while purchasing, we also thought and discussed how do you manage the vendor from you, where you have to buy, யார்கிட்ட வாங்கணும், காசு இல்லைங்க, what are the yardsticks to find out the vendor, what is the payment system, all these points so far we have discussed. I assure you, some of you expressed in the group that you need some PPT. I'll be in a position to give the PPT once I complete the 4 chapters next week. First, you can listen, understand the subject, then go through the textbook, then go through the PPT. It will be easy for all of you to pass in the examination with good marks. I know you're all very workaholics, being in the medical profession. I know the difficulty involved in that. So you please give classic concentration to the class for 40 minutes or 50 minutes of different faculty members are giving. Okay, I send in the group the topic what I'm going to discuss today in the afternoon between 2 to 3, out of which some queries have come. I don't know whether the directors will explain to you about the project guideline, or I will also give a 15 minutes brief about what exactly is expected of a project. And for you, you have 75% marks for a project and 25% marks for, let's say 100 marks totally. It's mandatory for you to complete it by November 6th, immediately after the exam. So we are running short of time. One, we have the pressure of learning. The other one, the pressure of preparing the project. But when you work on pressure, we get pleasure, and the pleasure can give good results. I assure you the maximum cooperation from my side, from my point of view of my topic, which has been given to you on inventory control, management, logistics, and procurement management. If you have any query, you can raise it in the group. Once I complete now that we are going to enter in the third, some of you have seen in the group, the topic what I'm going to decide today is what do you mean by inventory control? Third unit or third subunit of the book textbook. Definition of inventory control, number 1. Number 2, the objective of inventory control, and the techniques of inventory control, third point, and functions of inventory control, and what are the inventory control systems available, the techniques available, and what are the selective inventory control measures and the IT enabled information system where you can control inventory. This is something new which I've learned today. I've also gone through Google, which is not aware of it. That's a very interesting one. For inventory control, you need not even bother. The vendor can manage your inventory. Whenever the inventory level comes down, he can call you and then do that. There's a new system which was developed by a professor. It's available very much with you. I don't know whether institutes have got. Some of the institutes where I'm a member and chairman person for ethics, they are not having it, but it's a very good IT tool which is useful for inventory control. And the seventh point which you'll try to complete is inventory control management. Okay, am I clear? All are with me? Can we start? Somebody can type it so that we start. Now 879 have joined. Post lunch session. 40 minutes of your undivided attention. First is definition of inventory control. In business terms, inventory control means the parts, spare parts, semi-finished goods, finished goods, materials, and the different items needed for the hospital lying in the warehouse. I repeat, the inventory control means total sum of value of the finished goods, the stock at a given period of time lying in finished, semi-finished level, lying in the godown, which carries an economic value. Three important points: semi-goods, finished goods, available at a period of time, there's a value for money for that, and what is the economic value for that. This is what is the inventory control definition is first of all. If you can write very clearly, I think you will get good marks. The meaning of inventory is inventory of materials, semi-finished goods, and lying in a period of time. It cannot be for about 5 years and 3 years. It could be a certain period, the period of time, which we call it as inventory control. Okay. Having understood the subject, definition is understood per subject. Somebody can raise the hand so that I can go immediately to the other one. Now a lot of people are joining. Now, can we go to the next point? Yes, please. I want your cooperation. Unless until you, it's not a monologue. It should be a dialogue. The next point is, what is the objective of studying it? What for we should study it? Every organization has got a right to purchase a product of their choice, maybe from a source, from a vendor of their choice. The objectives of inventory control are defined in 6 major points. 1. The availability of material. Whatever material you are going to buy, is it available in the right time, from the right source, and it should be having a proper record system. That's what the first point is. The availability of material, you first put availability of material and the heading, underline it, and down you put point 1 by 1, 2, 3 bullet points. First, the raw material or the material. In our case, is not raw material; it is a finished product. Maybe some other goods like the vinyl, things like that. What you use for cleaning purpose, it can be raw material. But other materials, surgical materials, and what you use it in OT, OP, and other places. So the right time, the right place, and you should have a proper record. So that's what the first intention of having inventory control. Am I clear? First, the intention of having inventory control is availability of materials in the right place, in the right time, and maintaining a complete record of what you have bought or what you are having it. Second one, the importance of inventory control is minimizing ineffective stocks. Sometimes we buy some of the things that are not needed. I have seen many hospitals, they are throwing away to the expiry goods, the unutilized drugs, unused the stationaries, So many other things you can quote in my 40 years of career. So the purpose of inventory control is to minimize the ineffective stocks. That is, unnecessary stocks piling up in the hospital will be a loss to the organization, and it cuts down on the profit of the organization. Second point will be ineffective stock can be reduced by the inventory control mechanism. The once you say that you minimize, the opposite of minimize is you optimize it. Once you have the system in place, you optimize the various costs of the products which are going to buy it. That's what I was talking to you some time back, just in time. Whatever is needed, you can buy it on just in time, just 1 week stock or 10 week stock or 20-day stock, depending upon the very, very costly equipments like catheter, balloons, or what you use it in surgical instrument being a hot day today, stents. So many things are very expensive things, so you can have yeah, optimized way of stocking. The earlier point I said is minimize the ineffective stock, whereas here optimize the wanted stock, whatever you want, high priority goods, and this can be taken. Okay, this is the third point. Fourth point: once you buy all these things, it should be protected. Inventory control protects surgical instruments, especially mainly, is very very useful, and you know about it, and properly storing it and maintaining it. I've seen some of the hospitals where I go for my NABH visit, the tray what we use, it has not been dusted, it's not been cleaned, it's been rusted. So the maintenance of the even the tray what we use to carry the essential medicines with the staff nurse pushes, you see that in a very very awkward position. Some of the places you can see the machineries and other things like you use root machine for cleaning the floor if it is a large hospital. I'm sure all of you know, if you are not using roots, you are using the manual people. So manual people, they also use the sweeping material, which is all very, very tempting. So you have to be, as a person, sorry, I have bad cough and cold right from yesterday. I just recovered from that. So protection is very, very important. That is, whatever instruments you are buying it, surgical instrument, the cleaning equipments, everything should be properly stored and it should be available at the proper place. And you have, sometime back I told, can anybody answer me? Medical tracking system. Yesterday only, I think, day for yesterday. Yesterday was absent. Day for yesterday, I talked about 2 IT systems which are available to track the movements of medical system. Anybody can help me out? Mahalakshmi? Arunmozhi?
Sir, RFID,
Excellent, excellent. RFID is one of the latest one which has been, RFID is one which is used.
MMIS.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the other one. The first one, RFID, the latest one. Excellent, thank you. See, I'm sure other participants here, there are only 9 here, but people should be in a position to come out with an answer so that it becomes interesting for me also, that I conveyed the news to you properly. So, good. Thank you, Madam Lakshmi, for coming into the answer. So far I covered 5 points: availability of material, minimize it, optimize it, and then protect it. Mainly because if you are buying surgical instruments, other things, it should be protected properly. That's what we have just mentioned. And then medical device tracking, as you correctly said, RFID, and then compliance system. See, sometimes we have to have minimum inventory level of some of the products as per the norms of the MCA and other things. So you have to have the compliance as per the systems which has been given by the government. That may be movement of goods like pethidine and fentanyl, which I told you. So that has to be mainly recorded. This is the objective of inventory control. So 6 points: availability of stocks, minimize, and then optimize, protect whatever is to buy, and medical coding system to find out whether things are going smoothly in the hospital. It was a large hospital, and the contract compliance, maybe with the vendor, maybe with the government, whatever controls are, that is to be checked up very, very properly. So the second part of today's objective of talking to you is fulfilled. Definition is given, objective is given, and some of the important techniques. Next point: techniques of maintaining inventory and control system in a hospital. The main problem in maintaining the inventory control system is ordering quantity in a very higher level that can increase your cost. For that, there are some techniques, two or three, which I'll just mention, which you can very easily follow, which you'll be following it. We are already working in the institute. One is minimum stock level to be maintained. This represents a periodical evaluation between the purchasing committee of the hospital or the various department heads who needs a drug. They should be in a position to inform the people about what is the minimum quantity which is wanted, and that's the level you have to maintain. First point, and it should be um, suppose you want to place an order, recurring order for a product, for example, once in 10 days or once in 15 days, recurring reorder. So reordering level is another technique which has to be planned properly. Reordering level is normally a minimum level of the goods which you are maintaining it. Based on that, you place the order at a periodic level of once in 10 days or 15 days. First point is minimum stock level. Second point is recording of the levels of purchase. Third one is sometimes we buy out of anxiety, anticipating some pandemic and epidemic, maximum level we purchase. And it lies, I mean, for example, one of the things I've seen in my experience, which I'm sure you must be knowing it also, is ordering of the intravenous saline glucose bottles. Maximum level we buy, and it gets destroyed since they lose their expiry date, and we don't have a control. This is one area where most of the hospitals, which I can say, overstocking. Overstocking should not be done. So that is one of the techniques which has been used, and the next level of is inventory budgeting should be planned. The year, how much of amount you are going to allot for budgeting. This comes in a budgeting session. I'm sure you would have studied in management the second semester. Uh, Capital management, working capital management, profit maximization, all these points I'm sure I've written and forgotten also. In that, there are something called carrying cost, fixed cost, variable cost. Anyway, I'm going to revise it also now in this unit. They're part of the syllabus. You all remember those financial terms: fixed cost, variable cost, carrying cost. You all remember the profit measuring ratios, break-even analysis, net present value, internal rate of return, annual rate of return. All these things, I'm sure as doctors, you should know some of these points. As financial management is a very important thing for you when you're in an hospital. Very, very important. If you become a CEO, or you become a medical superintendent, or you become HOD for different department, you should be in the position to I'm audible. Some call came from that. I don't know, some from maybe from the participants. So let's come to the point. Techniques we have seen now. We have seen the objectives. Then we will see the functions of inventory control. The fourth point. Before that, quickly we'll go through how do you place an order. We have seen yesterday. Therefore, yesterday, selecting a vendor type, and you know that vendor type of vendor you want, what is the service you expect, is it going to be flexible, is it going to be cooperative, is it going to respond to emergency, will you replace some of the extra goods, all these things during vendor selection we have seen. At the time, when you want to place the order, you have the same thing what we have discussed during purchase order last class. It's a repetition of the same. First, estimate what you want to buy. send it to finance department. Second, third, we get the okay from them. Fourth, you confirm the order. Fifth, you confirm the order and pass it on to the vendor. Then sixth, you receive it from the vendor and verify what exactly you got it, whether it's in tallying with whatever you asked for. This is what is the purchase system available once you have the inventory control in place. Same thing is repeated. Whatever is repeated in the earlier semester, the earlier sem has been the chapter has been repeated here. So now, having understood these 3 points, let's go through quickly what are the techniques and systems with which you can follow. I'm sure this I'm skipping because I just repeated because it's clearly mentioned in a book. The purchase requisition. Okay, 1 second. We saw this in the earlier class. Same thing is repeated here. The unit 3, chapter 3, you can see the same purchase system. And all of you are having the reading material with you. I wish, because I have not started the case study, I have not asked for the answering some of the easy way of understanding it. So we'll try to do that also today. Maybe a good class for you for understanding it. You have in figure 3.1 steps involved in purchase department. First, purchase requisition, inviting quotation, schedule of quotation, approving the supplier, and the purchase order. This work is a proper purchase section inventory control, which is a part of this unit. So we already studied. Now we will see the next agenda of inventory cost. Inventory cost depends based on many factors which I just mentioned. Go back and refer in the book Financial Management we studied. The first one is ordering cost. How much is going to cost for ordering the product? Carrying cost means the expenses involved in transporting from that. Sometimes it's free of cost given to you. Sometimes you have to pay for it. The carrying cost. This inventory cost is a cycle. What you have to do is the question comes in the examination. Please mention a small round you can put it. You have paid. You have in 3.2 figure which is given in the book inventory cost. First will be the ordering cost. The second one will be carrying cost. Then the processing cost. Processing cost is something it involves sometimes very high intensified medical instruments where processing cost is there, and the once you use some of the product like MIR, MRI, then will it appreciate? Or it will depreciate? Lavanya madam? Depreciate. So same way, when you buy expensive goods for your hospital, say the X-ray machine, scanner, MRI, and some of the goods, it will depreciate. So depreciation cost. This is what the cycle is about. Ordering cost, carrying cost, processing cost, depreciation cost. Total it put together is known as inventory cost. So is there any difficulty in understanding this? It's a very, very simple thing which you have studied already, but just refer to page the book and the figure which has been given very beautifully for our understanding by the department and by the directorate. 3.2 inventory control cost. And having studied this, we've been explained to you very clearly what is carrying cost. Carrying cost with interest on capital, insurance, storage cost, allowance for deterioration, salaries of the people who are involved, who are maintaining. This all is given as carrying cost. And I don't want to go in detail to that. It's a very simple language because the time given to us is very limited. And you as educated people who are already dealing with this, so it will not cost much of the time for you to understand. Now, Having done this, we will next go back to setting up various standards for inventory control. First, definition is over, objective is over, techniques are over, functions of inventory control is over, the cost factor is over, and selective inventory level, how you can have in the hospital. That's what is we are going to discuss. You need to have, you need to give me 7 minutes of undivided attention on this, because slightly which you have not heard about it in the hospital. So first one, that is setting up various levels of inventory in a hospital which you have to follow. There are about 8 steps. Number 1, you can step up minimum inventory level. Where do you feel we can have minimum inventory level? In a hospital. Gopalakrishnan sir, I'm seeing you for the first time. Welcome to the Anjali Devi madam, can you answer me? Where do you have the inventory level should be very low in a hospital? If you are having a hospital, if you are judiciously planning your financial involvement in the medical equipments and medical devices for your hospital, where exactly you think minimum level you? Simple. High expensive, very expensive products, you will maintain minimum level of inventory, right? Then, second step, reordering the products. Normally, these are the products which we use it for the hospital for product like injectables, parenteral, IM, IV, paracetamol, like regularly used drugs. We used to have the reordering inventory level techniques, right? And then third one, where we expect the maximum level of stocking. Maximum level of stocking is mainly where it's been very highly used. One of the things I mentioned about you is recently the saline bottles, which in the hospital has been quite heavily stocked. Maybe 1 month stock or something is available in the hospital. So third point, first point is minimum level. Second point is reordering where you have got a regular usage. Third one is where you need in bulk quantity and on all the wings of the hospital use, that is saline bottles and other things. And the fourth point is some products which are in danger level. Danger level means the products which are rarely used, but you need it. So you have to have the product classified at a danger level. And danger level is one thing where you need to buy whenever you want. You need not even have that inventory level. And the fifth level is maintaining proper stock level in the hospital. For that, you have to have a regular review committee members. This is one of the very important objective of having the inventory level techniques. Steering committee, we call it a steering committee. I don't know what you call it. Steering committee is one which always maintains. So you have to have this. So you have understood the techniques involved in this. I repeat, the techniques involved is minimum store level inventory, reordering inventory, and maximum level inventory, and their danger level inventory, and the last one is maintaining some of the products which are of low level utility value. The utility value in the hospital is very low, but you have to still use it. These are the 6 major techniques which you have to use it in inventory control. So the fourth point has also been discussed to you. That's definition, objective, techniques, and functions, inventory cost. Now, I'll come back to the most important point is what is this function of inventory control? எதுக்காக control? இதனால என்ன use இருக்கு? What is the use of doing this inventory control? Number 1, time saving. Number 2, products which are wanted are available in time, and you have tracking of the product. These are the functions and the importance of them. See, the question may come like this: what are the functions of inventory control? Or it may come in, what is the importance of having inventory control? The meaning is same. You have to mention, if you have a proper inventory control, it's a time-saving process. and it's available of the product. Availability of the product is available as per the requirement, and the tracking order system gives you how much is needed, and you have a balanced supply demand. Supply demand, which is studied in managerial economics in first semester, three scope of demand and supply. As the demand goes up, the supply also wants to be set up. So that's what demand supply gap. You can refer to first semester managerial economics book about demand and supply. And last point will be the functions of inventory control is safety. Safety of stocks, safety of using the product. So safety is a very important point and paramount importance in the functions of inventory control. The question can be shifted and asked in different ways. I'll tell you how, if I am a question paper setter, how will you use this? Define inventory control and explain what are the functions of inventory control. One question. Inventory control is a very important tool in hospital management of goods and services. Explain and elucidate. The purpose of inventory control is not only cost saving, it also controls uh, the cost effectiveness, justify. So the question is that is twisted and asked, the answer can be same. You have to fit in the questions and try to correlate the answers and then try to answer it. Am I making it clear to all of you? The questions can be twisted. I remember sometime back, I taught advertisement, sales, promotion, marketing management. I said advertisement is important. Without advertisement, you can't sell the product. But at the end of the day, in the question paper, one second, somebody's giving the farm I have no. Sometime back, I said the question as advertisement is a national waste. Explain. So we try to ask in management level the same question in different levels. There is no straight question being asked, but DD is very student friendly. They are in a position to ask some straight questions and we are in a position to answer. So try to understand objectives, techniques, functions, impact. All these are interlinked. So if we can just understand the subject properly, I think you will get through the things very easily. Two. So having done this, now let's go to the inventory cost, which I explained to you, carrying cost, which I did not talk about it much again. Now, very important point is what are the analysis, which is very important for you. This is maybe you would have heard about it. There are three areas of analysis of the inventory. One is known as ABC analysis. Very easy. ABC. I'll just make it very simple. A means very important. The product what you are buying should be very important, and you need to have a lot of attention to be given for buying the product. A. B is medium size. Medium size. The third one is very rarely. I don't know how many of you remember the Pareto's principle of 80-20. Anybody? Pareto's principle of 80-20. Pareto's principle of 80-20. Nobody? According to Pareto, Pareto, can Google search. According to Pareto, 80% of the business comes from 20% of the clients. I repeat, 80% of the business comes from 20% of the clients. So the Pareto's principle comes here. A comes as 80, rest of the things comes as 20. If you're having, say, for example, a cardiology unit or a cardiology specialist like cardiac center, so 80% will be mainly from the angios and bypass and other things, so necessary goods, right? So that's why the Pareto principle, ABC analysis goes with 80-20, which has been explained in your book. There's one analysis of inventory, ABC analysis. Have you made it clear? A is most important, and you have to concentrate on the investment part of it. And the B is medium size, like something which you need for syringe and disposables and things like that, the cotton things like that, and you're in the surgical ward. And then you have the 20%, which is not very important, but also important to maintain the hospital. That's what is ABC analysis. That means A means large amount of investment needed, B means medium size investment needed, C means less effective, less less investment needed. There are four methods of method. First one is ABC. Clear. The question may come like this: explain any two of the measurement level of inventory control. Or specifically, they ask, what do you mean by ABC analysis? Explain. You should be in a position to answer. Now, next is VED analysis. Same thing. B is very important, vital. That's the word they're given. E is essential. D is desirable. That's known as VED analysis of inventory control. That's vital for the organization, vital for the hospital. And E is essential for the hospital, but not vital for the organization. And D is desirable. That's known as VED analysis, second analysis. There are four analyses for your understanding: ABC, VED, then SP, SDE. That is, yes, scarce, very, it's not available that frequently. I was telling you, 25 years before, when I used to call on doctors along with the colleagues in a company called Sandoz, we used to dictate terms of the hospital authorities. You buy interceptant, then only I will supply methadone or syntocinon, because they will be wanting only the product which they want. Scarce, syntocinon and methadone, especially OT department will understand the importance of it. Anesthesia department, neostigmine bromide. There was only one product available at that time was prostigmine, our own international trade name. So these dictate terms. So vital products which are important for hospital, that's what is V. And then essential, we are selling sorbitrate, is also essential for hospitals. And desirable, I told you about it. So here, coming to the third one, is scare product, very rarely available. And D, difficulty of getting it. Third, easy way of getting it, that's known as SDA analysis. The last one is FSD. F stands for fast moving item. Second, S stands for slow moving item. D stands for dead investment item which are available in the hospital. So these four analysis you need to understand in inventory control. I think I made it very clear to you in these 35-40 minutes of the lecture. These four analysis: ABC, PED, SDE, and FSD. Now, new system will also come, which I am sure you should know, is known as contractual supply system. Have you heard about this contractual supply system? Anybody in the group knows about this contractual system? Simple. If you are not in a position to buy a very expensive product for your institute when you're upcoming and just started, the manufacturer or the vendor will give you on a contract basis. Based on the usage, you will charge and they will charge and they will take 50-50. Have you heard about this system? Normally, it's all for the expensive instruments, maybe in dental care, maybe in endoscopy, maybe in MRI, maybe in angio lab being set up. So all these places, you have a contract system of inventory where you don't invest money on that. Supplier gives the instrument, he charges the money for using it. For every usage of that, they charge you, and including maintenance. So this is another new technique which has come. I just forgot about telling about the inventory control IT system, which is very, very important, which I heard, which I searched today and got some information about it. The inventory we're completed now. So what I wanted to convey to you now, the definition I completed, the objectives I completed, the techniques I completed, the functions I completed, the inventory cost, carrying cost I completed, and select the inventory for that. The IT what is available, I will complete in 5 minutes time. And hospital inventory management system, rating scales, and four different types of rating: ABC, BED, SAE, FSD. We have just completed, and also which is there in the textbook and the last page of the book in the Unit 3 or Chapter 3 is contractual, which I just mentioned about an example. Now, the important thing for inventory tracking, please listen to me, which is very much a latest one. The name of the IT software WhatsApp app is known as Logi Talk, Loga, Logi Tag, TAG, Logi Tag. This app gives not only for you, even for the supplier or the salesperson, the sales executive, by opening the app, suppose it's covering, so for example, I was looking after South in charge for the pharma marketing. If this app would have been available with me at that time, I will know, I'm talking about 22 years before, I will know which hospital has inventory has come down of the essential drugs of mine. So the inventory tracking system using this Logi tag, Logi tag process is optimizes the service. So this information can be available to the administrator of the hospital. This can be available with the supplier or the sales executive who can monitor. So immediately you can rest. Suppose I'm in Bangalore. Okay, I come to know there is some hospital, say for East Coast Hospital or Ashwini Hospital or some other hospital is not having enough stock of some essential items. I can find out from this app that they need it urgently. So immediately I can contact them and see that it's replaced. Immediately it's supplied. This advantage is a Logi tag uh, inventory control system app, which is available, which is the latest one, which I am sure you can further build up and go through in the uh, Wikipedia or in the Google search. And I don't want to have covered a lot of information on that. I don't want to spend time on that because I want you as party to the lecture, want you to do something on this Logitech, which I'll ask questions tomorrow on Logitech. We report on that. Now, we said this. My apologies to yesterday. I was not feeling well. I had heavy cough and I couldn't take the class. Tomorrow afternoon, we will be taking the fourth chapter. The fourth chapter. Totally, we have 8 chapters in the book. I put it in the message column today. After completing the fourth chapter, I will be sending you the PPT in the group. And none of you are going through the group. Please go through the group. And in the group, I have given materials. For example, I have given some material about the doctors practicing across the world was restricted sometime, Indian doctors. Now, with the diplomacy what government of India is used with the international agencies and various governments, now doctors from abroad, doctors from India can practice without the proper test which has been conducted earlier, now freely. It's a great boon to the doctors which I mentioned. And none of you are opening up the hospital administration group which are created for you. So please go through that. I also give a lot of value addition information. I wanted to give you about Harvard Business Review on strategic management system, which I want to forward. I already forwarded in the group one book called Inventory Management and Purchase Control System. How many of you have gone through that? I think Mr. Louis was the only person who has responded to that, saying that it covers most of the points of what we are discussing. The PDF format I sent it to your book. How many of you have gone through the book? Please, management subjects are such that the number of books what you refer. You have got 3 books with references given in the material. Some of you should at least online search for this book and see what else has been given. When we transfer the information in the mode of 15 hours or 18 hours, it's very, very difficult for us unless until you cooperate. So your cooperation with regard will be highly appreciated. So please go through the information, whatever faculty, each faculty has got a different style. I always believe in creating a group or whatever group is necessary and then send the material, which I will not be in a position to send it across when I interact with you. Please open up the book. And that you see what is the difference between the inventory control and the materials control. Excellent book. It's for taught by IITs and IITians and leading MBA students. So from that book you can pick up some points. Maybe a flow diagram, maybe there's a definition. So you can pick up some points and refer to that. The time is short because the exams have been announced. So anyway, now we have to have 8 chapters cleared. We have to start our project, and we have to uh, go through some of the sorry, the question and answer session. So which I would like to have tomorrow for the 3 units, 15 minutes allowed by for the you have in every unit you have a self analysis. How many of you try to analyze yourself? Honestly speaking, I know you are all very busy. You have your if you're working in a hospital, you've got a hospital work, you've got a nursing home, you've got a nursing home, then you have got the home, the department at home, you have to take care of it, so many things, but still, you are prepared for the course and you have to strain a little bit of it for at least another 2 weeks to go, and you'll be in a position to comfortably clear this subject. So, having said this, now, as I promised, I'll come back to the project. Are ready to listen to me, or somebody else has already explained to you about the project? Please let me know so that I will go ahead with my no. Okay. Then I'll tell you each one of you may be working in different domain. Somebody may be a professional doctor, somebody may be a nurse, somebody may be an optometer, somebody must be a paramedical person, somebody may be an MBA doing somebody may be a BCom doing MBA hospital management. So I don't know about the profile of each one of you, but one thing I want to make it very clear how the project should run. Somebody has forwarded in the group. I also forwarded in the group. The director of distance education has sent a booklet which contains 30 pages of how to do the project. So now, understanding that you are not understood or gone through that, let me make it very simply. Please, if I've got a piece of paper, I'll give you 1 minute time. Please take a piece of paper and take down the steps of projecting and putting your project in place. Can I give 2 minutes time for you? Or you have got a paper and a pen with next to you? Yes, please. I want an answer. You can just put it in the chat box so that I see. Yeah. Ravi Shankar, thank you. Ravi, are you a practicing doctor or yeah, Lavanya is good? I think they're good. Now, first important thing is you decide the title of the project. What title you want to do? I'll give you some of the topics quickly. You can talk about chronic absenteeism of people in the office due to alcoholism. If you're working in the hospital, you can compare the IQ, EQ of the patients who are suffering from severe diseases. Okay, it all depends on the input what you can get, and you can find out the service quality available in the hospital of your wherever you're working. Service quality. You have studied subject called services marketing. In that, Sarvakul model of gap analysis: service provided, service available. That's a gap analysis. You can do a project on gap analysis, or you can find out the patient satisfaction level of the service what you're giving, whether in terms of the time taken when you give a blood sample and getting a report, or getting an appointment with the doctor, what is the time lag. So you can work out on that different topics. You can also talk about the anxiety level prevailing in the younger children when they appear for competitive examination. So there are two types, tension, we call that. Stress, one is eustress and another distress. Eustress is good for health. Distress is for desperation, which may lead to the suicidal tendency. You can, for a psychiatrist, you can do on that. or if you are done your psychology or MS psychology, you can do on that time. So the topic you decide. Suppose somebody wants me to send me in the private my phone number. You send me, I'll see whether the topic will be up for you or not. Okay. So once you decide on the topic, now only topic has to be decided, then you have to give a declaration that the subject and the topic has not been given in any other form, in any other place for awarding the postgraduate degree on this particular subject. Then, same thing, it should be signed by you. Same thing, your guide. You can choose who guide. There are about 7, 8 faculty members that are taking classes for you, or your own department can have a what do you call guide. It should be a qualified guide. The guide can sign on that, certifying that you are a bona fide student of so and so institute, and we will sign on that. Once you complete with that, this one first selection of title, declaration by you, declaration by the guide, certifying that the title is guided properly and the necessary instructions have been given. Then you acknowledge the people. You acknowledge the people in the sense first you acknowledge the director of distance education, the director, and the team whom we know in the directorate who has given an opportunity to do this MBA hospital management course, and the other faculty members who help you, your family and God, every other person you can do that's acknowledgement. These are the 5 important initial stages. Then comes sorry, then comes introduction about the topic what you are giving. So you have to give, suppose psychosomatic disorders you are going to do your project. What is psychosomatic disorder? When it was found out psychosomatic, what are the psychosomatic disorders symptoms are? So like that you can give a clear outline about that. That is known as introduction about the topic. That should cross about 10 to 15 pages. And then you justify what is the need of the project. Need of the project has to be established. You understand? Why you are doing the project need. That has to be established. Once you establish need of the product, then you say what is your aim. Aims are 2, primary objective and secondary objective. So once you put the primary objective and secondary objective, then you go ahead of collection of samples. Collection of samples means, say I will tell you, one of my students was doing a project in Pondicherry Technology University. The school-going girls, especially after reaching the puberty, they will be having the problem of menstruation, staining of the clothes in the. So they will not be in a position to understand how to remove the stain and without affecting it, and convincing an adolescent girl for that. Normally potassium permanganate is used, but they have started as a there's MBA IEV, that's known as innovation course. So that girl has gone and checked up with a lot of veterinary hospital, interacted with the doctors, and got the input, and she has submitted the project and she cleared her MBA very well, right? So that sort of a thing can be something innovative you can think of. So for that, you need to have identification of the objects. Objects are nothing but samples. Samples are nothing but the people who are going to interact. That means the respondents. Minimum we need 50 to 70. Then I want you to go through your research methodology book which you have studied in first semester. In that you have given how to collect the data. Data collection method. Data collection method are 1. You can interview a person. The interview can be, their permission can be recorded and forwarded, or you can observe. For example, you can consumer behavior of buying the fast-moving OTC product. For example, nowadays everything has become OTC. Otrivin is also become OTC. Polycrol Cordial has become OTC. Gaviscon has become OTC. Well, it is all prescribed. So the purchase type of the consumer over the OTC products in the market. So you can go to a chemist and also observe how patients are approaching and asking for indigestion, dyspepsia, or gastric problems, how they're asking for Gelusil, Digin, OTC products. So the paracetamol or developer, all these products. So this is some of the things where the minimum people you have to respond should be 50 to 75. Is that clear so far? Introduction of the title and the other methods, and introduction about the title, what you are doing related to that, you give information, then collection of data, and once you collect the data, you have to have interpretation of the data. Interpretation of the data is nothing but all the data collected. And next one which I forgot is you have the questionnaire method, open-end questionnaire and closed-end method. And sampling collection can be, there are 5 types: cluster sampling, convenient sampling. I'm sure in sampling, if you go through the research methodology, you will be in a position to understand which method you give it. Convenient sampling is a very important thing for you because you are busy, you will not be having time to do all these things. Convenient sampling, of your convenient choice, you can select your sample size. Convenient sampling, the definition on convenient sampling. And once you select it, you go. You have a statistician available in the hospital, you give the information to him, or you give it to a private statistician, he will give you the outcome of your um, data. That's not the data analysis. Next topic will be, first one will be data collection, next will be data analysis, and next will be data interpretation. Based on data interpretation, you have some findings. Okay, out of 75 people in the OTC purchases products, most of them are aware of the product. Most of them already use the product and they found some satisfactory level of relief of the pain, whatever it is. So something like conclusion you can come to. So that data findings, analysis of data and finding most important. Once you have the findings, then you want to suggest something to the company or in terms of your opinion. So you have to give the findings and suggestions. That's the next step. And while doing findings and suggestions, you also have a column called reference column. Reference column contains, I'm sure, it contains journals, medical journals, textbooks, definition textbooks on the topic, whatever it is. If you can download from, now all picketing is available. Okay, page number, you just open up, you get that. That you quote at least in 2 pages. That is known as literature review. That's a word here too, literature review. So the whatever questions they may ask you, what is the latest review you have given? So literature review don't give 20 years back. Give a latest literature review on the particular topic what you have given. Then after that you give your conclusion and suggestion. You conclude the project like this, and this is what they suggested. And last word you use in the project is, I leave it the particular topic because of the limited time and the constraints what I have. I could do this. I don't think so, Ravi Shankar sir. Ethical committee is not necessary for this. Anyway, I'll check up because if it's a protocol, as in since I'm an AVMC chairperson for ethical committee, for a protocol of a doctor studying, we need a ethical committee clearance. I think while doing itself, we'll check up. You are not going to do a project on human being, or you are not going to register for clinical trial because want of time is there. We've got only 40 days time, right? If you are doing it on a regular basis in a teaching institute, you need to have ERC clearance, then ethics committee clearance, and it's a lengthy process. If you are going to have a clinical trial of a new drug or new indication for old drug, then you have to register yourself with the control department. You have to get a number. It's a lengthy process. I don't think you need all these things for your protocol. For your protocol, I would say take simple topics where you don't complicate yourself. Or as I told you, you can contact me later. I'll tell you how to go about it and try to do it. And you have to work at least minimum 1 hour for this so that you will complete this project for 20 hours, 20 days. And the pages, the bindings, how to be presented is given neatly in the booklet. Kindly follow that. And one copy you maintain for yourself in your personal mail ID, so that in future when you go for a what do you call career advancement or job hopping, or if you are already you are paramedical man, you want to take up, because most of the hospitals are needing good administrators. Doctors are not having time to take care of the administration part of it. This is the biggest problem. So they are not in a position to follow the guidelines given by the NABH. Neither they have time to go through that. So they need people who can help them in a system to maintain the hospital. There's a very good scope for those who are non-clinicians but still want to be an hospital administrator. They can help the doctors who are running the corporate hospitals and try to do this. Okay. So your question I answered. I don't think you need a ethical committee clearance for this. You can go ahead, and the guide himself will take care of it. Once the guide puts his signature, that itself is valid. I'll check up with the director again to clarify it whether we need ethical clearance. Ethical clearance means it's not very easy. Ethical committee has to be approved by MCA and Drug Control Department of India, and you have to have a lawyer. You have to have different heads of department of pathology, pharmacology, and a layperson, and a journalist, and a non-clinician like me, who is good at research and hypothesis. So here you have hypothesis also. I forgot to mention hypothesis. That also you read that research methodology book, then you give you a picture about just few minutes, few hours you spend on that. You'll be in a position to do that, right? One statement is true. Is the addiction of alcohol is very high or low? It can be yes or no. So hypothesis, null hypothesis, that has to be included. That I forgot about it in the project. So this gives you a wide clearance about this. Anything else you feel that I need to explain to you about project? Angel Selvakumari madam. Gopalakrishnan sir.
Yes, sir.
So now we are clear with this, Angel madam?
Sir, actually, I'm a resource person.
Oh,
The
sorry.
time, the time allotted to me is 3 to 4. Is the same time allotted to you, sir? Or you
No,
are
no.
ending up the class?
No. Sorry. I don't know. Never knew that.
Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
So I am with you. Can we choose a guide wherever you work? Yeah, you can do that, and you should be a qualified person. That's it. So I think the time is up because the next resource person is available. So thanks a lot for being with me in the afternoon. I think I made my point very clear. And regarding the projects, you can confirm it by a couple of feedback so that I can hand over to the next resource person who's waiting. Yeah. Thank you, Lonia. Thank you. So you are understood now about this. Yeah. Yes, Ravi Shankar, you can choose. Okay, bye. Thank you very much. Anything else you can talk to me after 5 or 6? You have. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? And whether my screen was shared? Can I know? My screen was shared or yes, thank you. I'm in the continuation of the class what I have taken on Wednesday, day before yesterday, about the narcotic drug and other drugs of drug abuse. So I will take another half an hour because the topic is going to end. And let me share first. So I will just recap what we have seen on that day, on Wednesday. So narcotic drug and other drugs of drug abuse. So we have seen the different definitions of what is meant by narcotic drugs, psychotic substances, what is meant by drug abuse. So we have seen all those definitions, and we have seen the different classifications of narcotic drugs and psychotic substances, how it was classified. So based on the action it produces, so as seen as depressants, seen as stimulants, hallucinogens. So based on that it was classified, and we have seen what are the different narcotic drugs that is being prescribed by doctors in the hospitals to the patients. So what is the different drugs we have seen, and we have seen so because of handling of these narcotic drugs in hospitals, so this Narcotic Drugs and Psychotic Substance Act is very much mandatory to know about this act. And this act says that if any illegal means process was happening in the hospital related to producing or manufacturing or cultivating, possess or sell, purchase, transport, store, and consume. So all those things we have seen, and so it is illegal. So this Act says complete guidelines about how to handle all this narcotic drugs, and we have seen different amendment of this act, and we have seen what is this 2014 amendment of this act. So it has given some means list of essential narcotic drugs. So it includes these kinds of drugs. There is 6 drugs that was being enlisted in this amendment of this NTPS Act 2014. And who is having the authority to handle all this narcotic drugs? It is the state drug controller and commissioner of FDA. And we have seen the recognized medical institution has to get license for stocking and dispensing all those narcotic drugs. So those things we have seen, and we have seen in which means what is the flow chart, or what is the flow of means handling of this narcotic drug, starting from the prescription up to the administration, then again returning back the empty ampules or the left out remaining drugs, how it has to be handled. So everything we have seen, and who is having the responsibility of handling this narcotic drugs we have seen, and how what is the procedure to get license for stocking, making intent, procurement of this narcotic drugs. So all these things we have seen, and how to get this. What are the application form we have to fill it up, and then we have to address to the state drug controllers. Everything we have seen, and after inspection, so who is the person will give the license, and how what is the validity periods. Everything we have seen, and how to order the purchase of this essential narcotic drugs in hospital we have seen, and how to maintain all this narcotic drugs, maintaining stocks and records of this narcotic drugs. So it has to be filled in the quantity of the narcotic drugs, which is has to be filled in form number 3H. So we have seen all those things, and what are the different records we have to maintain, and how to make requests for the first time for procuring these narcotic drugs, and regarding the prescriptions, it should be in the triplicate form, and not no means the unauthorized person should not handle these narcotic drugs, and if the narcotic drugs was ordered, so how to procure or how to keep these narcotic drugs in pharmacy. It should have a double lock and key facilities, and so in the records, what all the information has to be filled. So everything we have seen, and inpatient care area, that is the registered nurse has to make intent, and the nurse has to administer the drug in front of the witness. So everything we have seen, and what are the registered nurse has to maintain, and how to discard the unleft so we have seen this, that unleft the remaining amount of the ampules of the narcotic drugs. So how to discard it. So there is a specific procedure to be followed up, and we have seen the if any narcotic injections are broken. So how to maintain the records. What are the legal procedure to handing over it. So everything we have seen, and so again reordering. We have seen about the reordering of the narcotic drugs, and stocking procedures, record keeping procedures. Audit has to be done on monthly basis, and every hospital has to maintain the narcotic register. So here we can see that the date and time of purchasing, patient name, doctor name, IP number, inpatient number, then drug ordered, how much quantity, and how much quantity administered to the patient in presence of the witness. So witness details, unused narcotics discarded, how it was discarded, and in presence of the witness, and empty ampules, how much it was returned to the pharmacist. So everything has to be documented. So that is what we have seen. And here one point I have to make clear that, so whatever the thing, like what we are purchasing, the amount the doctor prescribing, and the amount the nurse administering to the patient, and the amount the empty ampules was given back to the pharmacy store. So all should come in equal quantity. It should not mismatch. So the quantity should be matched in each and every records. If any mismatching occurs, so the person in charge was responsible, and it will be treated as a criminal one, so, or criminal case. So that is what we have seen. And we have seen, I have given only little bit information on what are the different opioid addiction treatment is being followed. So this is what we have seen in the previous class. So we have seen the complete. So today, another 25 minutes, I'm going to engage you all about what are the different narcotic drugs and other drugs that is being that is being taken by the patients as drug abuse. So that is what we are going to see. And we have already discussed that what is the need of procuring, maintaining, stocking all these narcotic drugs, because narcotic drugs is a very potent it's a very potent analgesic. So it is used in 4 departments in the hospital that we have discussed in the previous class. That is in ICU, as to tolerate the pains, in emergency ward, in operation theatre, especially in palliative care unit. Palliative care unit, that is the life ending up patient, like cancer patient. So they will use this, or they will the narcotic drugs will be administered to the patient to withstand the pain. So in some hospitals, instead of the tablets and capsules, the morphine powder itself will be given. So the patient will take that morphine powder in prescribed dose, and or the nurse will give this morphine dose in a powder form itself, dissolving it in water, and the patient will consume it. So this is what the procedure which was being followed in in some of the hospitals, especially in palliative care unit. So these drugs, if you take narcotic drugs, so we will see what is the different narcotic drugs. So we have seen the legal procedures. So now we will see what are the different narcotic drugs, and from which source it's coming from, and what is the pharmacological action. So what it will do to the patient, and what are other narcotic drugs we will see. So narcotic drugs. So these drugs mainly it is called a centrally acting analgesic. So it acts on CNS, and this narcotic drugs, the synonym of narcotic drugs is called as opiate analgesic, which is called as opiate analgesic, and it is centrally acting analgesic. And if you take this, the potent narcotic drug or narcotic analgesic is what? Morphine. So this morphine is obtained from a plant which is called as poppy plant. So this is what the poppy plant, and it is a latex exudate, which is an exudate from the plant of Papaver somniferum. So this is the plant of Papaver somniferum. So this is the exudate, milky exudation. So this milky exudation, if you take, it consists of morphine, which is a narcotic molecule. In addition to morphine, you can see codeine, papaverine, and thibine. So morphine, codeine, papaverine, and thibine was obtained from this dried latex of this Papaver somniferum. And these have different action on patients. So morphine is a potent analgesic. Codeine is used as an antitussive to relieve cough. Papaverine is used as smooth muscle relaxant in muscle cramp, so it will be given. And thibine is also having similar action to morphine. So these are the different narcotic drugs which is obtained from this opium poppy plant. And these opium class of narcotic drugs are very potent molecules, and it is clinically useful agents, which is having strong analgesic effect, and also it causes depression on central nervous system. So this is what about the molecules that is present in this latex and its pharmacological action. And if we take this morphine or morphine-like drugs like morphine or codeine, piperine, and thibine. So these are referred as opioids or opiates or narcotic analgesics. And only there is morphine, codeine, piperine, thibine are available as narcotic drugs? No. Other narcotic substances are also available, as you know very well, nicotine. So nicotine from tobacco, this also causes addiction and drug abuse. So this, as we know very well, we know very well about nicotine. So nicotine was obtained from a tobacco plant. So coming to morphine again. So morphine induces sleep in presence of pain. So this pain sensation is not altered, but means the pain sensation, the pain will be there, but the patient will won't feel this pain because the pain persists, but that is not perceived by patient. Why means that morphine will modify only the emotional reaction to the pain. It won't modify the pain will persist, but it will modify the emotional reactions in response to pain. If you take this narcotic analgesic, we have seen that these morphine will produce euphoria, so that causes addictive property. So this is what we have discussed in the first slide itself. And what are the limitations of this morphine? So it causes respiratory depression to the patient. It decreases gastrointestinal motility, leading to constipation. It causes increased biliary tract pressure and pruritus due to histamine release. Pruritus, we know pruritus means it is itching, sudden itching. So these are the different side effects that is produced by this morphine. And what are the disadvantages of this narcotic drugs? So there are various disadvantages. When the patients are having Addison disease, myxedema, and hepatic cirrhosis. So Addison disease, we know that it is a defect in adrenal gland, myxedema, insufficiency of thyroid hormone, and hepatic cirrhosis is what liver means the liver won't function in a proper way. So there is a damage in the liver organ. So hepatic cirrhosis. So those patients who are having these kind of conditions, the morphine should not be administered because it is contraindicated. And it leads to cerebral dilation. So morphine will leads to cerebral dilation, lead in intracranial pressure that end up in cerebral edema and head injuries. So that is one of the major disadvantages of this morphine. And this morphine drug should be prescribed at most care with patients having cardiac arrhythmias, kidney dysfunction, and chronic ulcerative colitis. So this morphine drug should not be given to the patients who are having these kind of conditions. And morphine will cross this placental barrier, blood-brain barrier. So because of this, the mothers who are having infants or newborns should not be given with this, administered with this morphine drug. And if it is administered, the mother has to be observed with most care. And it forms drug-drug interaction. So mainly the disadvantage of this narcotic drugs or the morphine is what? It forms drug-drug interactions. Very good example is monoamino oxidase inhibitor, which is, so these are the inhibitors which is being given to treat depression. So during that administration of those drugs, that is monoamino oxidase inhibitors, this drug should not be administered. Like narcotic drugs should not be administered. So meperidine is one of the narcotic drug. So if we administer along with monoamino oxidase inhibitors, it causes severe reaction that leads to death. So these are the different disadvantages may arise when the narcotic drugs are administered to the patient. And what are the source of narcotics? So these narcotics is obtained from three different sources. So natural, that is from natural source, semi-synthetic, and synthetic. So when we take natural, because the topic itself, what is the topic in the syllabus? It is narcotic drug and other drugs of drug abuse. So we have to focus on what are different narcotic drugs and what are other drugs that is used for drug abuse. So that is what we are seeing. So that is why we are seeing all this information related to this narcotic drugs. So natural compounds, if we take natural compound, in the previous slide we have discussed morphine, codeine, thibine, papaverine. Semi-synthetic, so diacetyl morphine, that is heroin, benzyl morphine and ethyl morphine. So these are called as semi-synthetic narcotic drugs. Synthetic, completely synthetic, which is manufactured in laboratory, is fentanyl, pethidine, methadone, tramadol, and propoxyphene. So these are the synthetic derivatives of narcotic drugs. So we can classify these narcotic drugs based on the nature it is obtained, whether it is from nature or from semi-synthetic form or synthetic derivatives. Okay, so how to administer this narcotic drugs? So what are the different routes of administration? So morphine, hydrocodone, hydromorphone, oxycodone, codeine. So these are administered orally, tablet, syrups, or capsules. So these are administered orally. As I told, morphine powder was administered to the patients in the palliative care. So dissolving in water. So it is oral administration, example of oral administration, and sublingual and buccal administration. So under the tongue, buprenorphine, so which is an example, and inhalation, tobacco, heroin, or given through inhalation route of administration. And in addition to that, what are the other routes? Rectal administration can be given, subcutaneous administration, that is topical, intramuscular administration, even IM, intramuscular injection can be given, intravenous injection, transdermal on skin, transdermal patches also are available, topical administration, fentanyl. So this is fentanyl is a synthetic compound, synthetic narcotic. So that can be administered by topical application. What are the side effects of this narcotics on the body? So there are different we have seen in disadvantages, and also this slides will give what are the different side effects of this narcotic drugs. It causes itching, dry mouth, abdominal pain, constipation, sedation, drowsiness, vomiting, and finally it causes addiction. And how these narcotic drugs acts? So these narcotic drugs acts on opioid receptors in patient. So there are different types of opioid receptors, mu receptor. So all these you can go through. So these are the different receptors. So we'll come to the next drug, which is called as methadone. So we have seen morphine, which is a very potent drug. So the next drug, the next potent narcotic drug is methadone. So this methadone is orally effective, and it is approximately equivalent to the potency of morphine, but it has less euphoric effect. We know what is euphoric effect. So extreme happiness. So that is what the euphoric effect. But when compared to morphine, this will have less euphoric effect, but it has longer duration of action. So it prolongs, the action will be prolonged when compared to morphine. And so methadone is readily means it will give its onset of action immediately, and the drug is biotransformed in the liver and is excreted in the urine, mainly as metabolites. One second, I will have some water and I will come back. Sorry for interruption. So methadone, it has similar effect, that is, it produces dependence like that of morphine drug. So this is another potent narcotic analgesic, which is in the synthetic form. So the next narcotic analgesic is fentanyl. Fentanyl, again sufentanil, which is another drug. So these drugs is having similar action to that of morphine, and it has rapid onset of action but shorter duration of action. But the previous one, the methadone, is having longer duration of action. Fentanyl is having shorter duration of action, and so mainly it is used in anesthesia, and they may be given in intrathecally. We know what is intrathecal route of administration, injecting into the spinal cord. So this drug is being administered through intrathecal administration, and it is used in severe chronic pain, and also transdermal patches are available to the patients that can be sticked onto the skin, and the drug will be released slowly. So this is what about fentanyl, which is another narcotic drug next to methadone. So these are some of the drugs. So I have given only 3 examples in a detailed form, and these are some of the narcotic analgesic. You can make a note: morphine, which has been administered widely, that is used for acute and chronic pain, and what are the different adverse effects it produces. So it causes dependence, euphoria. Methadone, again chronic pain. Pethidine in acute pain. Pentazocin in acute pain. Codeine in mild pain, it was given, but it was given in to relieve cough also. Fentanyl in acute pain and also in anesthesia as anesthetic drug, and dextropropoxyphene, so which is given in mild pain, and tramadol in acute, that is mainly in post-operative condition. So these are the different types of narcotic drugs which has been administered to the patient. And there are some drugs, narcotic drugs, which acts as partial agonist and partial antagonist. So we know what is agonist, what is antagonist. And agonist means similar effect, antagonist means opposite effect. So these are the drugs which have similar effect to the morphine, and it has partial similar action against to morphine. So it has bifid, we can call it as bifid action, because it has 2 different actions. So one is similar action, it produces on one side similar action, and in another side it has opposite action. So the drug is naloxone. So naloxone is, you can see that it has a competitive antagonist action. It has it acts against morphine. So that is what it is given in this slide. So naloxone is again a narcotic drug which has this partial agonist and partial antagonist medication. In addition to that, pentazocin and buprenorphine. So these are the different drugs which is having this agonist and antagonist effect similar to morphine. And so in the previous class, we have seen one slide how to overcome this morphine addiction. So naloxone and naltrexone. So these 2 are the drugs which have been given for opioid, means antagonist. So as opposite effect to opioid. So naltrexone is having similar action to naloxone, and it is given in morphine addiction as an antagonist, as like opposite action. It produces opposite action to morphine effect and also alcoholism effect. So in addiction treatment, this naltrexone was given. Addiction treatment of all these narcotic drugs or alcoholic to the alcoholic patients. So this naltrexone was given as a treatment. And what are so we have seen all these drugs which is related to narcotic analgesic or narcotic drugs. We will see what are the other drugs that is available for drug abuse. So tobacco. So in the first slide we have seen tobacco. So from tobacco, that is the volatile principle. It is a liquid actually. Nicotine is a liquid compound. So that nicotine is having that addictive effect. Cannabis sativa plant. So again, this plant is what it is called as, in Tamil we will call it as ganja. So bang, there are different forms of this cannabis plant was available. So bang, which is a mildest form of cannabis used in India. Cheras, so it is a concentrated cannabis resin. So it is we have seen morphine is obtained from the white latex of this Papaver somnifera. So like that, this cheras is also a type of a resin which is exudate from that cannabis plant. And next one is ganja. So ganja is what it is actually moderately potent form of Indian cannabis marketed by greater THC. What does THC means? Tetrahydrocannabinols. So tetrahydrocannabinols are actually these are the molecules which is present in this cannabis plant. So these molecules, tetrahydrocannabinols, are the molecules that produce a addictive effect. So similar to morphine. So it is a potent analgesic. but it has depression action and it induces the euphoric effect. So like this cannabis sativa euphoric effect or the addiction is due to the presence of this tetrahydrocannabinoids. So this ganja, which is again it is a prepared form this cannabis sativa, but it has rich amount of this tetrahydrocannabinoids, which causes severe addiction. So that is what ganja and hashish. So again it is a concentrated cannabis resin similar to charas. So these two are hashish and charas are similar. And hashish oil, it is a potent form of cannabis resin extracted by chemical solvent. So if it is given in the raw form, it is called as charas and ganja. But if it is extracted by using any chemical reagent or chemical solvent, it is hashish oil. So next one is marijuana. So marijuana is the dried leaves and flowers of female cannabis sativa plants. So in some drug abuse, the victim will sell this female cannabis sativa plants, that female flowers, because it is having highly addictive effect. So that is called as marijuana. And just before we have discussed what is tetrahydrocannabinoids. So it is a molecule which causes this addictive effect that is present in cannabis plant. So this is other drugs. This cannabis plant will comes under the example of other drugs which is being used for drug abuse. And next one is coca flowers or leaves. So from coca leaves, there is one pharmaceutical product that is being formulated into a tablet or injections, or in a liquid dosage form, which is called as cocaine. So we have seen morphine from opium, and we have seen this tetrahydrocannabinoids from cannabis plant, nicotine from tobacco. So all these molecules are having different addiction effects. So like this coca flowers is having, and leaves is also having a compound which is called as cocaine, which is having stimulant effect. So it gives energetic, it gives stimulative effect to the individual. And the main use of this cocaine is used as a local anesthetic. So in hospital, we can see some cocaine formulations which is being given for local anesthetic effect. So coca paste is available, cocaine crack is available. So these are different forms of this flower or this leaves, and powder cocaine is available. So these all also used by the patients or by the individuals for drug abuse. And again, coming to the last slide, psychotic drug. In addition to, we have seen the different narcotics, that is, we have seen natural narcotic, that is morphine, codeine, thebaine, and papaverine. So we have seen the synthetic narcotics, methadone, methadone. So all those things we have seen, and we have seen the other drugs which is being used for drug abuse. That is, example is we have seen the coca plant, the cannabis plant, and also the tobacco plants. And what are the other drugs? So psychotic drugs, which is being used for the treatment of psychotic patient, and as the patient who is having depressant effect. So all these drugs which is being prescribed for these conditions is also being abused by the individuals. So these are the examples I have given. So alprazolam. So this is what the slide that we have discussed on Wednesday. So which is come under the classification of barbiturates, benzodiazepines, all those things. So you can take a snapshot of this. And psychotropic drug substance categories: antipsychotics, antidepressant, mood stabilizers, anti-anxiety drug stimulant. So these 5 was classified accordingly by this. You can take snapshot of this. So these are also the drugs, psychotic substances, also the drugs which is being which is being used as drug abuse. So thank you, and I hope I have give enough information related to the topic, that is narcotic drug and other drugs of drug abuse. If there is any doubt in this, please let me know. Any doubt? Or if anyone want the material from me, the PPT, you can text me. I can give my number. kindly text me to my WhatsApp number so that I can give my PPT for preparing for your exam. Any comments? Any feedback? Can you let me know any comments? Or you want the information is not sufficient, or I have to repeat anything?